Honourable members, we don't have a quorum. I now suspend the Parliament until further ringing of the bell. Honorable members, you may now get quorum. We now ask him member Blow. Honorable member Blow Miniama, long lady Mipla want them prayer.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you this morning. Thank you for the gift of life, and thank you for all the leaders that you have brought us together here to represent your people. And Lord, we pray this morning that may you guide us, give us wisdom and understanding to save our people, to put the interest of our people ahead of our interests. And Lord, we pray that may you lead us and may you us in our deliberation this morning in this august house of our people. We pray that may you lead our people and may you give them peace and understanding in whatever parts of the country that they are living. We commit our Speaker, our Prime Minister, our opposition leader into your hands this morning. May you guide us this morning. And Lord, as we all come together in the prayer that you have taught us, we ask you to guide us. Our Father, who art in heaven,
Thy kingdom come.
thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses.
Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge their presence in the public gallery of the Executive Dean and its staff of School of Medicine and Health Science and Youth Ministry of the Imogoru United Church in Rigo District, Central Province. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend to the visitors a warm welcome to Parliament. Are there any petitions? Notices? Honourable members, question time. Member for Okapa.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Looks how you look have given us the opportunity to make an asking question. You got talks away. Question. Me, no got talks away. Go good, the police minister. This lie me with regard to some of the money we've been paying finish the side long. Kind of facility the government don't play put him. Put him police infrastructure, district, Milo Kappa. Money been paying finish last year, October ago, now 1 year Christmas, 12 months ago. Money me put him, and 3 million, where did he looks well on need, police inside the district, plan have you come up, or up the country. Okapa is no exception because there's like put in this money na. We'll ask him this question, good police minister. Why me ask him a serious question. First question, me. Why me taking long time now me almost a year now. He got money or no got, make him this work. Suppose he got money, why no come up within this 12 months? Suppose he got some heavy and stop this time into the program, then when I got some Latino, find him not a body apart from police department, supervise him, this work, put him infrastructure, district Blomi or any other district inside the country, because this law some member to contribute him Samla money na o kapatum bla contributing 3 million. So me like this last police minister can explain him. This honorable house na people lo can sabe. Wadan progress bla this money bla pay golo. Kama pim police infrastructure lo kapa. O kapa mistap lo backside. Blo is a remote district. Namlo sarin poda one time kerama or Gulf province. Na access road belum lo kapan pelakam lo gorga through lo lupa way na from o kapan pelakam lo kanan to way. Loksim service so plenty heavy work lo come up in terms of rascal activity. Na also some all kind some tribal fight to some sa come up lo narap lap lo country too and one kind sa come up. So one time this la bell levy na tintin. And ODD put in like 3 million. So we can explain it. This house of people we can balance na meeting mixing. Thank you to Assistant Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Police.
Thank you, Honorable Saki Soloma, Member Bloyumi long Okapa, na to Chairman Bloyumi long CLRC. Before me back him, ask him long me talk thank you again, lo good report and me provide him Bloyumi aste, and I did ask for us to defer this debate so that all us leaders please take time to read that report, because it really is a very important report that we all need to really contribute meaningfully to it. So me talk thank you na look sabi lo this work you make him. He come long good work you look long make him inside lo kapa too long. This 3 million you give him come long police me talk thank you. And partnership work you make him. Mr. Vincent, this 3 million apart from infrastructure. He been got all narpla work you been like come up in salo this same 3 million. So me need long understanding, but me need long kisem good detail breakup. Long this 3 million you been like him here. How will you been put him through long all this areas where you've already provided for in your letter of request. So me just like give him Belisi long people block up Honorable Saki Solomon Emok make him walk. Process inside long police department, we need to just give him detail. Now, me provide him back to you, my good honorable member, long how you may disperse him this money, whether the tender is a tender issue within the district or in the police department. I'll just get that detail for you. But me like Assistant Speaker, me like just give him Belisi long all people block up. This money I'm stop on the police department. I just need to know how far it's gone in terms of actually doing the procurement and establishing where it is placed in your requirement time you've been asking police department long supporting me one time kina for kina infrastructure. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The Governor for NCD.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, to give me opportunity to ask this question without notice. Question below me go along Minister Block Coffee, Honorable William Bando. Before me asking question, Mr. Assistant Speaker, me like game League talk sorry again pay tribute to late Governor Bloyumi Morobe on behalf of our city, our people of our capital city. Me like once again talk sorry long all family Blowenge, all people Bloyumi Morobe, long big Plaquila leader Bloyumi go down. Lost the family belonging, lost the Morobe province, lost the country too. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I'm lost the parliament too. And you must say I'm later Governor Wenge established here and parliament here alive now. You got, kind of narrative belonging too. So people are line locona here. I think people are lost the people too. I'm sorry. Contribute to debate the parliament. So we just like giving this daily talk sorry na tribute to go on brother Bloyumi and blues. Question belum now me like give legally preface belongen short plata sol. So minister can understand him context belongen I can give him good reply. It's about coffee production, quality and quantity of coffee. Now me like working comparison between PNG and Vietnam. Let me explain him behind why I give that comparison, Mr. Assistant Speaker. In 2024 to 2025 crop year, Vietnam and me exporting 1.5 million tons of coffee. In 2023 to 2024 crop year, the volume exported by Vietnam is 1.46 million tons. Compared to PNG in 2023, these are when the figures were mixing online, so minister might have his own figure, maybe CIC give him, but this is what is in the public domain. In 2023, PNG exported just under 59,000 tons of green coffee beans. It marked an increase a bit, but it's not so much increase. Low export value, Mr. Assistant Speaker, in 2024 to 2025 crop year, export value from Vietnam, they earned 8.4 billion lot trade of coffee. In 2023 to 2024 crop year, Vietnam earned 5.3 billion low coffee export. Compared to PNG in 2023, PNG coffee export valued were approximately 227.3 million. In 2021, we earned only 156 million. So Vietnam earned billion, Yumi earned only million. Now, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, why me making this comparison? Minister can give him Yumi good answer is this. After the terrible war of Vietnam, they start to build after 1975. Same old same Yumi, Papua New Guinea. In the 1980s, around 1985 or 86, Papua New Guinea gifted all coffee seedlings, Eagle of Vietnam, to help that country recover from the war as our contribution to the progress of Vietnam. Now Vietnam, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is the second largest coffee exporter in the world. Papua New Guinea, you missed number 11 yet. So, country where you may help him, so my question to the minister is that, what steps minister will take him now? Through CIC or whatever mechanism, commodity board got, or the stakeholders to improve the quality and quantity of our export. So we should be number 2, maybe even number 1 exporter. And first question is a general question, so I can give him answer, like give specific to by good law. What specific steps? Second question, I must ask him to CIC, that commodity board. Mr. Speaker, is it still a public organization underneath the control of government, or some suggestion to come up with some CIC has been privatized? So what steps, if that is the case, minister is taking to rectify this commodity board? If these statistics are right, then CIC has failed the farmers of Papua New Guinea, has failed Papua New Guinea, and we must revamp this organization. No, God, I think you may rouse him now, minister, and take control now. Come up with a strategy that I believe is developing now. I think I'm like giving me one new when me act to control and regulate, and importantly, increase the production of coffee, both in terms of quality and quantity. Take us to number 1. I believe we can do it, and it's up to the minister now. You are given the privilege and opportunity. First time Prime Minister, marking Wambla kind of portfolio also. It's very precise and, dedicated. We must see result. And that's all, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Coffee.
Acting Speaker, before I answer the questions of our good governor for NCD, I also wish to put on record the contributions of our late governor, Governor Luther Wenge. Apparently, I come from a province where his he has had a hand in the creation of the province, and I want to thank the people of Morobe for giving a leader that gave us the voice to be the province that we are, Hela province. Secondly, Governor for NCD, thank you for your question. And you are quite right, because today I am hoping that I get attraction to present a bill on the new National Coffee Authority. And that will repeal and replace what is now the Coffee Industry Corporation. The issues that you've raised, Governor, and the questions are correct. And what we are doing in the CIC, or the coffee industry, our production has never gone past 1 million. If it has ever happened, it was 1.5 million or thereabout some years back. Today, we are trailing past 1 million bags. And to me, that is not good enough for a country that was started by coffee, and coffee has made and has broken governments in the years before our time. And so my ministry, with the board and the management, have come up with a bill, and that bill will hopefully be presented today. And today, I want to tell our farmers out there, especially those that think that the bill that is before this House will do injustice to them. This bill is for them. This bill will support the farmers, especially the smallholders and the blockholders. Smallholders, 1 to 5 hectares, 3,000 trees per hectare. And for them, this is the bill. This will unravel them. This will revolutionize what coffee has been, and I do agree that that we have not been up to it, but I can assure you, with this bill, with the incentives that we providing to the farmers, we can reach the target of 3 million bags by 2030. 2030 is only 5 years away, and that can be done. And I need the support of the House if that bill can be passed, so that we can bring on these interventions that will see coffee become the crop that has been. Thank you, Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wabe.
Assistant Speaker, this morning I'd like to ask a couple of questions to our good Finance Minister. Since his appointment, I think he has had no questions asked on this floor, so I'll ask him some questions. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I think I'd also like to pass my condolences to the good people of Morobe and to the family of the late Governor, Luther Wenge. We will miss his voice on this House. So on behalf of myself and the people that I represent, I think I pass my condolences to him and his family. Also, before I start, I think let me acknowledge the people who are in the chambers this morning. I think I have some of my colleagues and people from the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. Thank you for coming, and we welcome you on the floor. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems we have in this country is the problem of transparency and accountability. And a couple of years back, there was a program being introduced by DFED to the Finance Department. And that program is called a Catalpa program. Mr. Speaker, what it basically does is that it provides a transparent platform for program management or for project management. And since the introduction of that program, there was only 2 districts in the country who actually took that program on board. And one of them is the Minister Sungi represents the district, Nuko district, and the other is Wabek district. Now, that platform, Mr. Speaker, basically provides an electronic platform where all projects undertaken using SIP funds can be managed from. Now, the special thing about that project is that program is that once a project is identified, a handheld device is brought to that project area, and there's a satellite committed to that project. So what it does is that it gets a updated photograph of that area. It uploads that into the system, and then you can send in your first claim, the mobilization claim. After that, it will get the second picture where it updates itself. So if materials have already been mobilized to that area, it gets that second picture and then makes way for the payment of the second payment. So in a way, it provides that accountability and transparency platform, Mr. Speaker. Now we know in this country, there's a lot of ghost projects done in other districts. People go and get pictures of them and then submit acquittals to DIRD. You know, it's a rampant problem in this country. Some projects get paid and never delivered. Now, this is a very, very good project, project management platform. And since its inception, it's almost 5 years now, and not one single district in this country have actually taken that program on board. I've raised that issue when I was in government, and to date, no one has actually taken that on board. So I'm trying to ask the good minister, is he aware of the Catalpa program that's actually being run in your department by ORD? When I was Minister for Health, I introduced it to the Health Department. Now it's called a Bilum program. So what it does is basically,
sorry for interrupting you. Your question is directed to what
the Finance Minister.
Okay.
So what it basically does, it provides a transparency platform. So instead of creating new jobs for the boys like the National Monitoring and Coordination Authority, we have the Auditor General's office that's understaffed and can be funded. With this program, everything gets uploaded, and at the end of the year, it will self-generate acquittals for each district. So can the good minister tell this floor, is it possible, has he come across that program, number one? Number two, is he willing to run out that program as part of the transparency and accountability platform that we'd want to achieve by creating so many other monsters? Isi plus something Australian government give him lo yumi lo use him here. You can use him and stop in this. So me like asking them, why na department blame or roll him out this program? Is it because we want to create deliberately create an environment of obscurity so that we can do all our things in the dark? The minister can enlighten us on this floor. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister for Treasury, Finance.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Firstly, me like thank him, Member Blo Wabek, for asking this pertinent question. The Bilum project is not administered by the Department of Finance. It is administered by the Department of Implementation and Rural Development. But nonetheless, I'll just answer the question. The Bilum project is a very good project.
Honorable Minister, you have a point of order. Honorable Member, what is your point of order?
The point of order is that during that inception, I was aware that Minister Sungi, now Minister Sungi, through your chair, he was the Vice Minister for Finance, and he was the one who rolled it out from the Finance Department. I don't know whether they've changed it and they've pushed it to National Planning and Monitoring Department. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Member for Wabek. That's all good. Let me explain the Bilum project. It's a good concept. It's all about transparency and accountability in the disbursement of district funds and provincial funds and any other funds belonging to our people. So for Department of Finance as an agency responsible for the appropriations of the national budget, we take serious business when it comes to disbursement of public expenditure. So the Bilum project, I understand all provinces, all districts, they have to sign and start to use the Bilum project. And I encourage all the districts and members of parliament, please go and work with the Department of Implementation and Rural Development. Start using the Bilum project. It is a good initiative. There's a lot of transparency, accountability, and that's what we're all here for. What we are doing at the Department of Finance in terms of transparency and accountability, like you said, we at the Department of Finance, since I took office 6 months ago, we stopped the culture of claim culture in the Department of Finance. We don't deal with claims anymore. All claims must be going to their respective territorial authorities, one in department, one in province. You got claim, you go lab. Department of Finance deals with the appropriation of government expenditure. That's all, full stop. And in the last 6 months, that's what we have been doing. We are now appropriating. Money is belonging to the people. Money go to PHA, money go to district, money go to province. As Prime Minister alluded to, we have retired all monies for the education sector in the TFF program. 100% has been fully appropriated and expenditure to the Department of Education. Yeah. We have also 100% Pinisim Olgata appropriation law, TESA scheme, one-time help scheme law government. We will retire 100% in full. So in terms of DSIP, PSIP, we are 90.5% complete law working this law. Our strategy is that by end of October, all members of the opposition and all the members of the government will have their 10 million kina in DSIP retired in full. So in terms of
Order.
we'll come around. In terms of appropriation, that's what we are doing at the Department of Finance. There's a lot of reforms taking place. We are looking at the e-government system where we can be able to monitor the appropriations of our budget. That's what we are doing. So please, all members of parliament, we need your support. You may all get a work one time by me achieving some good reform of government. Thank you.
Thank you. The Governor for Western Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Me like talk good morning through all the leaders. This morning, before me asking questions, me like talk big sorry through long. Neighbor me. Emilo Stablo sit blongem. Honorable Lutowenge, Governor Blomorobe. Mr. This morning, Parliament sitting aste, and last 2 days now, 3 day. Mr. All people of Morobe and all family, only look me blessed, only my sorry, and only feeling no good stuff. So, me like talk sorry, all too. Me like talk, question blow me, you know, got talk savvy go along, Minister of Police. Me got two question. One plan, Minister, all rascally been shooting one plan Western Islands leader, where I'm bus driver and Amy Dialogue, Antaplo, Combre, or Kainentu, where you mean Islands, you got this AVM and big plan of stop. And by you me on him now. Islands Highway and one very important highway Yumilo country. Today you meet talk walking Planty Road. You meet connecting Planty province, Planty walk. Prime Minister Islands Highway 2 now you play making big walk now. Islands Highway may come up good through now. Walk highway from Aganigolo Lay. Again, I'm improved through. Now, all got up and sealed now. The highway now I'm good through. Me commenting you and them government you na works department minister. One time previous government belong only to This la question blow me now. You mean must got safety plan blow this highway now. Because plenty of innocent man walk la die highway. This la highway am the only asset this la country got. Now am actually food basket blow this la country too. You mean got LNT, Loela, Pokora, coffee, tea, all the kaike long or some cow plenty of vegetables come on top of the highway too. So me like asking this parliament, not to police minister, please, you must got serious plan of highway now. And one very important road connecting Mibla. Now this country come alive, Lord, this island highway. Now I'm one important asset you got. Now I'm connecting plenty of provinces. Now you must got serious plan long. This island highway. Now you mean looking plenty of man all the time come blocking my way. Long Western Islands, na long cancel election to you mean looking all man come blocking my way nothing. Antap lo henga, lo gorga, lo one money got heavy, all come blocking my way. So highway am one very, very important asset you make at lo country so. You mean must cut serious plan blows highway. Plenty man die long. Road law, namelo, Madeng, plenty man die on top law, island highway. Car accident they mean up. But all man come out on the gun, shoot him down, driver or some point blank. I mean, on the good la passing him so in la country. So you must got you must set him up sample all post where all highway patrol him around now. Shoot him down also like a man. Plenty of sick man, the society staff where come out and make him all passing where. And make him bad name look like country so.
Honorable Governor, you can ask him question, do you?
Okay, thank you, Police Minister.
Honorable Governor, me ask him, you'll ask him question, law Minister. One him question, do you?
Then blow me or
Minister,
some.
you back him.
Police Minister emikat one him can plan blong this Highlands Highway, safety blows Highlands Highway. Not two all must walk seriously along, arrest him, slam man shoot him, bus driver blong, again. All arrest him and finish on that because people look blow media also all arrest him one man finish. Is that true or not that? All put him me one time governor blong. Eastern Islands, Lord last 2 weeks, mid last table pressure. Pressure mix him on top too. So midlat wala salim all peace money go come lo welcome this la. So I'm now lo your leaders long Western Islands now leaders lo Eastern Islands and every stop na melo yumi. Situation is still tense. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Police.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Namitok, thank you. Long Governor Blumilo, Western Highlands. First and foremost, me like appreciate him. Good walk him, walk make him on top long Western Highlands too. True, one time all Narpla district members belong him, lo side long supporting walk lo police. Two important question. Assistant Speaker, first question, lo side long arrest. Bami kisim good information long. How far you go one time arrest or status belong this particular question. Na me can provide him back to you in the next sitting. Long second asking belong an important threat because our national highway, the Highlands Highway, is our critical infrastructure of our country. It is the national highway, and therefore it needs national interest that demands all of us to be providing a necessary support for it. Long Save Blumi, as I've been informed, in terms of road security, it is a standard that for every 60 kilometers, by standard, every 60 kilometers, there must be a highway patrol base. So plenty time you make more roads, and this has not just come just recently. It's been a standard that's been set. Now, however we've done before, how we've been delivered on the national highway, you may just look now long. Currently, the status, if we have enough police patrol base along the Highlands Highway. So, me like just give him answer long. Governor, you ask him, do you? Yes, you need more presence than ever in terms of the support around police patrol base along the Highlands Highway. Each district along the Highlands Highway, by law, in terms of the standard of having 60 kilometers within the length and breadth of the highway, there must be a patrol base. If there isn't, this is something that we are now working towards. Yumi Save, Bigpla Hanmat long government is before it long walking broad. But whether you may fulfill him in terms of meeting the standard, that's something that we already captured now in our what we call our police partnership assistance program, Assistant Speaker. So me just like give him belly sita solo governor, Naulgata leaders. The standards of policing on the road has already been set. And that is something that we all need to live up to when we're delivering on national highways. So this me hope me napim ask him long Western Highlands Governor. Thank you.
The supplementary, the honorable member for Bulbaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to my good governor presented something here regarding roadblocks and killing and hero activities on the road along our highway. Can this government make allegations to Mendeng Baya Road? Look into it. The governor here, myself, the governor of Mendeng, member of Mr. Ramu, we are trying our best to
The honorable member,
do another
the honorable
extension
member
from
for
Moon
Bulbaya.
via Mendeng Road.
The
Can we
honorable,
have access to this one so that Mibla can use him road now? But Mibla go come on slab too. Road look close to Mibla not finished.
the
Thank you.
honorable member for Mulbaya,
Huh?
you are asking a new question.
No, Speaker, I'm not thinking of another question. I'm questioning same question. The road Mibla use him not killing Mibla close to Mibla him road to come up. Mendeng Highway. Mendeng again.
Honorable
Highlands
member,
Highway.
you are asking a new question. The honorable member for Bokia.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. My question without notice goes to the Minister for Justice and Attorney General. This is in regards to a Guinea order taken against my district. Assistant Speaker, there's a law firm in Madang that has taken my district to court over some false claims, and the National Court of Madang has awarded him a Guinea order, and he walked freely to the bank and got those monies. Assistant Speaker, this has not only happened to Bogia district, this has happened to your district of Middle Ramu, Usino Bundi district, Madang district, and this particular lawyer has found a very easy way to make some quick money. So I would like the Attorney General to explain to the people of Bogia and the rest of the members of Parliament if this is legal, if this is the right thing to do, and if it is illegal, what will the PNG Law Society do to this particular law firm in Madang? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honorable minister for Justice.
Thank you. Assistant Speaker, thank you, Member Long. Bogia Long asking raising these important questions. Some time, our lawyers also passing talk, want them bank, soliciting money or kissing money belong all man project. Time you know look stop all by kissing order. Now you know survey long end all by go court as all na kissing order. Now we come out. Kissing passing talk na kissing money go. This is one of those cases. So Bami ask him department long investigate na Bami come back lo you
how people can straighten this straighten this every mikat. Inolo Utah Sol, Inolo Medangta Sol. It's had happened to a couple of other districts to solicit money or same. He got way long and he got procedure long and all bianem or passing or all working on them, but we investigate. Talk savage. Thank you. Good black question.
Supplementary, member for Madang.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. A supplementary question to the Attorney General on the same issue. My electorate suffered about gun issue orders of up to 5 million kina. We were able to stop one gun issue order of 5 million kina as well. So just to give you a brief context, and then you can respond to my question. So there is a process in which the parties get a lawyer, a certain lawyer, the same lawyer that the minister, member has mentioned, where they serve on the DDA, these cases against the DDA, and the members of the DDA are not aware. And because we're not aware, no one appears on behalf of the DDA, and they get a default judgment because there's non-appearance by the DDA. The state doesn't appear, the state is not required to attend, be served, and once they get a default order, then they seek a garnish order, and they garnish the DDA account. So in the case of Usino Bundi, where there's no member, they can just keep going and getting garnish orders. So my question is to you is the only appropriate action that you can take is that you amend the DDA Act that says that they cannot garnish DDA accounts, just like they cannot garnish the state. And that they require that service must be on the Attorney General, and the Attorney General must appear to defend the case as well as the district. So may I ask you a question by you, rather than go long process, investigate. Please, I'm happy to work with your office, bring in the amendment next month, and you may save him address him this issue. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you. Acting Speaker. Now, thank you, long member long. Mendang the raising this mi sabe long case long and long you can fight long court, long recouping all this money. So mi sabe long case long and so me let him this me play investigate. Now find him out what actions we will take. I got plenty of way black and handle him this situation. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I seek leave of the Honorable Chair to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Consistent with the Convention of Parliament and consistent with the Standing Order number 22 regarding the business of the Private Business Committee, which only meets only Wednesdays during Parliament sitting. The country and your chair is aware that yesterday the Private Business Committee met, and as per the conventions as prescribed in Section 22 of the Standing Order and 22(3)(b) and C, the Speaker must now inform the clerk and then announce the decision of the Private Business Committee. Today is Thursday, it is Private Business Committee, and consistent with Section 130 of the Standing Order, the private business takes precedence. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Abao. I take note of the question. I'll respond to you later. The Honorable Member for the Leader for Opposition.
Thank you. I'm all right. Prime Minister will come, so let me ask him. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Question blow me like asking go to Prime Minister. Thank God that as I was about to ask the question, I refer a question to Minister Masere, the Prime Minister walks in, so I think it's timely for me to bring this question to our Prime Minister. For the Minister
Minister Masere to take note. Na Minister Blo Attorney General to take note as well. Prime Minister, my question is in regards to the command role update. So first time, we like talk thank you, Minister Masere. I think in the last few months, you have been pushing the electronic voting system, biometric system program. Now I'm good luck. That's all. My question to the Prime Minister, few questions to the Prime Minister. What is your fallback plan, Prime Minister and the government, in the event that the biometric system or electronic voting system fails? Number two, we have approximately 18 months to go. Now, I'm looking one update, common role. We cannot leave it until last minute. We have seen a lot of failed elections. Now, we cannot leave the update of the common role until last minute. What guarantee can you provide to our voters and our citizens to be assured of a fair and free elections with an honest and true and updated record of our common role? Prime Minister Yumi Sawe also plenty time, or line law running elections blame or also using special circumstances, law declaring plenty or leaders. I think you must use one plus system taso. Now this system must be guided by a true and honest voting system. This special circumstance should not be used come 2027 elections. Now, Prime Minister, it's been 3.5 years since elections 2022. Now, plenty of leaders sit down, one time you mean inside law here, or waiting yet. Petitions blow, election petitions blow. Now, it creates a cloud in their minds, whether by continuing delivering services or continue to fight the election petitions in court. Can you also assure those leaders here that those cases can be rolled out quickly so that they can concentrate on service delivery and prepare themselves for election 2027? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Allow him, Opposition Leader, to ask him this question. Come, we talk thank you too long. Pray for Opposition Leader, me. I want to acknowledge that this question is very important, and I thank members on both sides of the House who are conscious about the need for a better voting platform for our people. Election, by the way, is not 18 months away. Actually, vote, maybe it's 18 months. The issue of reach is about 14 months away from today. And so this question is pertinent and important, right in the face of our last full financial year before 2027. I want to impress on all of us as the Treasurer goes into budget preparation. We intend to allocate a substantial chunk to the Electoral Commission in 2026 to step up its game to prepare for 2027 elections a year in advance instead of lumping up everything in the election year. This is to honor our commitment to our people when we formed this government in August 2022. We promised that when we come to 2027 election, we must have a better voting environment, a better platform to run the national general elections so that our people get to exercise their constitutional Section 50 rights to vote free from undue influence, free from a defective process, including a common role that is weak, with lesser or tainted integrity in the common role we have. So I want to give assurance to this Parliament through the question by the esteemed opposition leader that our government will make it our business to tidy the electoral election platforms, including common roll. I want to indicate to this country that the census has wound up. The census is the figures is being tidied. We were able, and commendations to Minister Masare, despite many slandering that does come from the opposition and the community. Minister Masare, under short time and a far less allocation, has rallied to complete our census. At completion date, the census number stood at 10.1 million people enumerated in our country. The rationale of stating the census number is to bridge the census figure to the common roll. Mr. Deputy Assistant Speaker, it no got sense. Suppose census, it took this place house line, population 1 million, but common roll, I beg your pardon, population 100,000, but common roll, you may get, 100,000, sorry, 1,000, but common roll, you may get 2,000. Because common roll population only 18 years to above. And so we are trying to make the constitutional link between National Statistics Office as well as Electoral Commission. So the data are speaking to one another. We have one population database that underpins use of population statistics to roll out common roll or any other work that government agencies may want to deploy or use. We want to arrive at one person, one vote, one ballot paper in 2027. That is the focus. And Minister Masare and myself and the whole of government is preparing to make sure 2026 is used as a preparation year for elections so that 2027 there's less stress and we run into the election more prepared than the past. Mr. Assistant Speaker, just look at the literature we have. It is not only 2022 election that was accused of lack of proper preparation. 2017, 2012, 27, and pass. But past is past. We want to clean up, and I want to appeal to all of us. All of us sit as chair of our District Development Authority. All of us sit as chair of the Provincial Executive Council. And take an interest in this national function next year. When the common roll update is being progressed, take a look at it with absolute clarity, with no self-interest. Let us assist, and the population census will be the benchmark. If this constituency, if this ward, if this LLG, if this district has this population census, are quota relevant, and I just give you an indication of the 10.1 million people census established, just a little over 4 million are under the age of 17, from 0 to 17, or 1 day to 17, rather. So that gives us a snapshot on what are the voting age population in our country. We will use this. I want to indicate the continued use of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Review on Election, chaired by Governor Baird. He sits on the opposite side, but it is important we have a bipartisan approach in this, so that every opportunity is given for the country to know the platform in which the 2027 election will be staged and run, giving fair opportunity for all political parties, all candidates to contest, and the outcome of the election is a people-based outcome, and whoever receives Section 63 invitation at the end of 2027 election has been received at the backdrop of cleaning up that we commit to do in 2022. And so the work will be big in 2026. As we delivered census in 2025, we program to deliver a better common roll. Our focus remains in the biometric. And I want to ask our country, fear not the biometric. The world today is operating on ID system now. we can't help, but that's the way it is. And so at 2027, we want an ID-based voting. If it is not biometric ID, then some form of ID must be used, and we want to invest resource into this space so that one person, one vote can be arrived at the earliest. I want to indicate in the hinterlands, for instance, or the outer islands, because of some instances, especially up in the highlands where it's one-day polling. One-day polling in the highlands, circumstances have created. How do you expect, for instance, a helicopter that drops in a ballot paper in a mountainous, cloud-covered area, the ballot papers to be picked up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon because helicopter must come in at daylight time, because the entire security and polling team will move to the next province the next day. So the construct has been in such a state where you're on a mad rush one day in one province, next day in another province, has created a situation where sometimes you have mad rush for the ballot as people line up to take a vote. We've studied this from established reports from the Commonwealth election observers, from others who've done studies in the elections that we've held in our country, 10 elections thus far. They've established that we need to clean up the voting process. It is our commitment, our gift at our nation's 50th to the preservation of a democracy, a better voting platform in 2027. And I want to ask all sides of the House, let's work together in this, and so that people's choice in 2027 is established as to who they want at the local areas, the province, or combined at the formation of government post-2027 elections. So, in summary, to bring me to a conclusion, full assurance.
Prime Minister, you have a point of order.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. My point of order to the Prime Minister is the good opposition leader asked on the special circumstances and also the election petition. What is his undertaking as a government? How is he going to mitigate those issues that we always face after election, which he hasn't responded?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the conclusion of my response, and I'm happy with the anxiety and excitement by the Deputy Opposition Leader to allow me to enlighten on the special circumstances. The Electoral Commissioner, by the way, has powers for special circumstances declaration, but we want to eliminate this environment in which he makes special circumstance declaration. And common role and ID-based voting, in my view, deep inside has a very big response to the issue of one-day polling that does cause mad rush for polling, papers coming in, counting, and sometimes creating room for special circumstances declarations, or special circumstances or discretionary power of the Electoral Commission anyway. I want to also indicate to raise this question, there's a change coming in the Electoral Commission leadership. And right in the Electoral Commission leadership, the incumbent has reached retirement age of 60, and so the Electoral Commission Appointments Committee has set. The opposition leader is part of that committee, and so we've sat and looked into circumstances around this one, and we're working through the process. Something I want to assure this country, in a nation that is hotly contested in the public space about who should be Prime Minister or who should be in government, this administration of Pangu. We birthed this country at 1975. We are serious about cleaning the process so that the exercise of democratic rights in 2027 can be staged by everyone. And I want to offer a counsel to all of us. Contest the elections fair and square and hard. Contest and endorse right candidates. We will clean up the process in 2027. Common role cleaning up will be the big part of this. Please, let's not taint the process. Let's all assist. I want to ask our people out there, starting from your village, the ward, when common role is being updated, make sure you have an interest in this. Don't show no interest and you front up at the voting place and feel that you should be voting. Have an interest. It is your right. Tell the councillor, my name should be on. Tell the district administrator, my name should be on. Make sure you enlist and enroll. Get an ID, so keep a lookout in this space. Minister Masare assisted by myself, will be on the front foot 2026 to get the common role sorted out once and for all. And we carry the process. It may include a form of NID. If it is not biometric, a form of NID, but certainly common role will be tidied, and all of us contest in an election in 2027 that is fair for all of us. Thank you too much. God bless.
The honourable member, what is your point of order?
Assistant Speaker, from all the statements the Prime Minister made, can he also make an assurance that he will be adopting the recommendations of the final report of the Special Parliamentary Committee on the 22 general elections, which covers the majority of the things that the good Prime Minister laid out? Can he also confirm that he's going to be adopting that during this Parliament session? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, your point of order is out of order. It's a new question. The honourable member for must be noticed.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Honourable member. Sorry, our question times has left. Honourable Governor for Chimbu.
Assistant Speaker, I seek leave for a personal explanation.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Honourable Governor, we have a point of order.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, we have important bills to be passed today in this very session. So if the time is already up for question without notice, we have important bills to pass today, so we need to go through the bills. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Government business.
Honourable Minister, your bill will come later. The personal explanation is the process of the Parliament, so I'm asking Governor. The Chair asking Governor to
Thank you, Mr.
chance to make it.
Assistant Speaker. My petition is directed to the Chair. My petition is directed to the Chair. It stems from a statement made by a state minister in the government after Parliament session on Tuesday in Parliament.
Honourable Governor, we have another point of order here.
Mr. Speaker, assist you.
The opposition, Deputy Opposition Leader.
Sorry.
You
No, hold on. Mr. Assistant Speaker.
let the Chair.
Hold on. Mr. Assistant Speaker, it's not excitement. It's a standing order of the House that he has to seek which you, either Speaker or the House, which he hasn't done.
For a leave.
So he has to seek a leave to who?
Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader, your point of order is out of order. I am already. He seek leave from the Chair. Honourable Governor.
Thank you. I did seek leave. In its clarification, I did seek leave already. So thank you very much. My petition stems from a statement made by a state minister in Parliament on Tuesday after Parliament session. Straight after Parliament session, Honourable Win Baki, Minister for Commerce, walked across the floor and comforted me and made two statements. One is, Governor, tell your member, Honourable Member for Suave, to lower his voice. The second one is, he said, one time, amas money simbo contribute lo unpaused lo government lo Papua New Guinea. Speaker, this is an insult
Order.
to the people of Simbu. Simbu is one of the 22 provinces in Papua New Guinea, an integral part of Papua New Guinea. It is unbecoming of a state minister to make such statements. Or has it been discussed in the corridor? This is one of the many things the government is doing to disintegrate this country. This act is against the spirit of our constitution, and we can't afford to promote that.
Honorable Governor, we have a point of order. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is hearsay. This is gossip in the corridors. Please, this this chamber here we're talking about the truth and all these things. We can't allow people to have private conversations and air it out like this. Please, have some decorum in this house. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, your point of order is in order. Honorable Governor, statement, the explanation by you. At the later, you can Salem come check and look seven. Me one. We have a 2 point of order.
Wait, Pastor Nulu come to me. You can come behind. Yes, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is in relation to the point.
Honorable Governor, resume your seat. Honorable members, resume your seat. Let I'll respond to the point of order. Honorable members, you'd want to resume my point of order. Let me make a rule long. Point of order, Blom Minister, na me direct him go long. Governor passed him. Then we can give him chalo one blow blade la. Me make him rule him. Honorable Minister, point of order, blue in order. Governor, your use honorable member for Medang, resume your seat. Resume your seat.
Is a point of order. You have no other option but to entertain the point of order. In a light, you are standing order.
I will entertain the point of order.
Yes.
Let me explain to the
No,
governor first.
You made a ruling on that point of order. Now, finish. Now, point of order, lo me come. Talk, long behind. You made a point. You made a ruling on that point of order. Lo minister, so me set up now. Now me put the point of order lo me. So you can add him point of order, and then you may go to next decision.
Honorable Governor, what is your point of order? Honorable member for Medang, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Mipla one province, but enough. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. My point of order is in relation to your ruling. It is not hearsay. So you be clear. Hearsay is when someone else said it. The point of order, the comments made by the governor, is directly between the persons concerned. There is no hearsay. Okay, wait, first, me finish the point of order. The second point is that It's a personal explanation. So that's order 68 plus standing order. So you granted him leave. He's making his statement. Now, it is an issue that was alleged to have made comments in this parliament that concerns his electorate or province. No, but it's a matter, it's a matter of public issue. It's a matter that concerns his electorate. We are here in parliament. So he has every right, because you granted him leave, and the subject matter is correct. You granted him leave, he's just airing his concerns, and then talk he die. So next time you can walk him all kind talk. Thank you.
Honorable member for Madang, your point of order. Chai looks survey. Na Chai make him order law. Minister have been given point of order belonging to governor. Now na Chai talk belonging can right to come or explanation blame can come law. Long. Chai na you may looking past them. And where Chai make him ruling also. Honorable Governor.
On this note, I just request the minister to make an apology to the people of Simbu. That's all. Thank you.
Honorable Governor, your personal explanation you can write the law. Chair na, we can look in past it. Tomorrow, leader for government business.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Na good pla lo hari mol leaders give him all good plus strong pla talk. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted? Leader for government business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice numbers 171 and 172 government business being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor?
Sorry.
The
Point of order.
honorable member for above.
Thank
What
you,
is your
Mr.
point of
Speaker. My question that came from you has still not been answered from the chair. The House needs to clear this before the government takes over the private business day.
Member for above, we'll seek the advice first and we'll respond to your. Honorable member for above, your question, we'll seek the advice from the couscous and we'll respond to you later. Okay, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. No. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Okay, division, stand up.
Point of order.
Honorable members, I made the chair has already made the ruling already. The division came after the chair is already made the ruling. The leader for government business. Sorry, clerk. Honorable member for Iriquere, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, when the good member for Abao raised his point of order, the chair undertook that an explanation would be given. Now, you seem advised Lukuskus. Can you give an undertaking? The explanation will be offered today from the chair before the House is adjourned.
Honorable member for Abao, Iriquere, your question is regard to VONC, but we seek the advice from the committee with the couscous and we'll come back to you later.
Today?
Yes, today. Yeah.
Before agenda, you will read the letter.
Yes.
Committee only meets on Wednesday. Today we are supposed to get from the committee. Thank you. Today.
Whatever decision given to the committee will given to the mover of the motion in writing.
In the House, you will read it from the chair, as we did the last time, as your boss also did the previous time, and every other occasion from the chair. The people of Papua New Guinea await the PBC's ruling, if there is one. Today is the day they must hear it. As the usual practice and convention and the standing orders and the Constitution requires.
Honorable member, we are not privy of the question, so we'll seek the advice from the clerk and we'll give the answer.
Your undertaking clarity we are trying to seek that later is actually today before House adjourns. Can you confirm from the chair? Thank you.
Honorable member, by Mibla, give him talk savelo lo either today or tomorrow. Ting blah Mr. Finish one time all committees now. Only finish now only talk savelo Mibla now, but Mibla talk savelo this now. Honorable member, Mino kisi one black talk save long all committee yet. Clerk.
Notice number 171, Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science, Technology and Sports.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish and incorporate the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Science and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great honor to present to this honorable House the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences Bill 2025. This is the legislation that will fundamentally transform our nation's approach to healthcare, workforce development, and save countless Papua New Guinean lives. Mr. Speaker, after 50 years of independence, Papua New Guinea continues to face healthcare challenges of significant proportions. The statistics are sobering and demand immediate action. Our current workforce deficits are, number one, PNG has only 0.58 health workers per 1,000 population, compared to Fiji's 2.23 and Samoa's 2.74. We have approximately 16 community health worker training schools, 15 nursing colleges, and only 2 universities delivering medical officer training programs. 30% of our skilled health workers occupy administrative roles rather than direct patient care. Our capacity to train health staff has declined significantly over the last 24 years, with newly qualified staff production well below workforce attrition rates. Mr. Speaker, our maternity mortality ratio remains high at 171 per 1,000 live births, which are amongst the highest in the Western Pacific region. Infant mortality reaches 33 deaths per 1,000 live births. 40% of our health workforces is at or approaching retirement age. Countless Papua New Guineans continue to die from preventable diseases like malaria, TB, and pneumonia. Although neonatal, infant, and under 5 years old mortality has improved lightly, they are still the highest in the Pacific region. Mr. Speaker, our inherited historical infrastructure and access challenges. The 1999 Economic Structural Adjustment Program resulted in 10% public sector positions reductions. Number two, numerous aid posts were closed, especially in rural and remote areas, due to health staff shortages. Several nursing schools were forced to close due to these structural adjustment programs or directions. And number four, diminishing investments in training institutions has resulted in deteriorating infrastructure and declining quality of health worker training. Mr. Speaker, these are not mere statistics. They represent our mothers, fathers, children, and community. Each number reflects a preventable tragedy and demonstrates how inadequate planning has failed to meet the human resource development needs of our ever-growing population, which has increased dramatically over the last 50 years, without corresponding increases in healthcare, workforce numbers, and capacity. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution's national goals and directive principles are clear. Section 1 calls for integral human development,
which requiring every citizen to contribute to achieving full human potential. This bill directly fulfills the constitutional mandate by establishing the educational foundation necessary to train the healthcare workforce our people desperately need for their healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, the solution, a standalone medical university. This bill has been carefully drafted by my department and its key stakeholder partners, including the Department of Health. The bill establishes the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences as a fully autonomous institution with corporate flexibility and academic freedom necessary to rapidly address our crisis in health workforce. Strategic location and infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. The university will be established at Tauranga, which was formerly the medical faculty of the University of Papua New Guinea, and is strategically located near Port Moresby General Hospital, our national specialist teaching and referral hospital. This proximity is crucial for clinical training, integration, and ensures students have immediate access to the most complex cases and advanced medical procedures available in the country. A number of clinical schools with public hospitals in the country have been prepared to provide technical teaching for students. Mr. Speaker, the first full corporate status and operational management autonomy. The university gains full legal and corporate status, which enables unprecedented flexibility to directly submit its plans and budgets to the Departments of Treasury, National Planning and Monitoring under the Public Finance Management Act, contract and procure with greater flexibility through collaborations with Department of Finance and National Procurement Commission under the Public Finance Management Act, establish and operate revenue-generating university businesses to support academic programs and student and staff welfare, sue and be sued, purchase and hold real and personal property, grant, sell, alienate, assign, and damage real or personal properties, sell flexible terms and conditions for staff employment subject to the Salaries and Conditions Monitoring Committee Act. Second, Mr. Speaker, comprehensive clinical training network. The enabling policy recognizes Port Moresby General Hospital as the principal clinical school with provisions for provincial clinical schools through partnerships arrangement. This network will approach the following: provide hands-on clinical training facilities within hospitals across the nation. Number two, enable students to experience diverse caseloads and healthcare challenges. And number three, strengthen rural healthcare capacity through distributed training. Number four, create pathways for graduates to serve in provincial and rural areas. Mr. Speaker, I call upon all provincial governments and provincial health authorities to work with the University Council to identify and prepare existing health facilities, including public hospitals, as clinical schools. And third, modern governance and leadership structure. The legislation creates robust structure and governance framework where it establishes a university council with legally appointed chairperson appointed by the National Executive Council. And number two, appoints a president, serving as CEO and administrative head of the university. Number three, appoint multiple vice presidents for specialized university powers and functions. Number four, create flexibility in staffing arrangements to attract and retain world-class medical educators and researchers. Comprehensive training approach and academic excellence. Mr. Speaker, while increasing medical officers' numbers is crucial, the 2008 Asia Pacific Alliance for Human Resource for Health report and the 2011 World Bank Health Human Resource Review provide compelling evidence that we must strengthen our entire healthcare workforce pyramid. The university will implement a comprehensive program approach in addressing student intakes. Mr. Speaker, the university will continue expanding MBBS programs to address critical shortage of medical officers, develop sound foundation programs to address GPA issues, rapidly develop postgraduate specialist training programs to reduce dependency on overseas specialists, and establish PND-specific medical curricula that addresses its unique disease patterns and healthcare challenges.
And number 5, develop and establish health leadership and management programs. Mr. Speaker, the university will expand rural and primary healthcare training programs, recognizing that 80% of our population lives in rural areas. Number 2, it will assume oversight and maintenance of standards of all clinical and nursing training programs. And number 3, it will significantly strengthen public health training with primary healthcare focus as recommended by international best practices. Mr. Speaker, the university's academic and professional excellence through teaching, research, and community service, in terms of professional standards promoting human resource development principles and upholding health sector workforce values and integrity. Quality training, ensuring all relevant health care receives appropriate, cost-effective, and acceptable standard pre-service and in-service training, conducting continuing education and professional development. Strategic workforce planning, making evidence-based workforce planning the foundation for all health sector training, recruitment, job placement, and professional development activities. Staff retention and development, ensuring skilled staff are trained, retained with improved moral and commitment levels to effectively serve PNG's people. Number 7, gender equity, applying gender equity principles in work environment, training, and professional development opportunities. Number 8, comprehensive workplace policies, ensuring PNG, University of Medicine and Health Sciences, and clinical schools implement workplaces policies that effectively respond to health and safety issues, HIV and AIDS impact. Adequate resource planning, ensuring adequate medical and allied health human resources are trained to meet current and projected service demands. Mr. Speaker, this government demonstrates its unwavering commitment through concrete actions and substantial financial investment for the preparation and sustainability of the university. Mr. Speaker, our historic investment and progress includes foundational infrastructure funding, which commenced in 2018 when the government appropriated initial funding for the former School of Medicine and Health Sciences. The current Mara Peroso government continued appropriating essential funding for ongoing developments at the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. And Mr. Speaker, the management of the School of Medicine undertook crucial preparatory work to ensure planning and development continued and vital information was gathered. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 critical policy and systems structures that this Parliament's approval will ensure that it takes place, and these are: number 1, the 2026 operational budget. Without the legislative approval, the operational budget for 2025 and the staff establishment structures cannot be approved by relevant departments. And number 2, academic program launch. Without this approval, academic programs cannot commence in 2026, representing a critical time in this nation's history. In terms of financial planning and sustainability, Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive 2026 budget submission for both personal emoluments and goods and services has been prepared and submitted to Treasury. New financial management systems have been installed to handle the university's finances with corporate efficiency, and revenue-generating strategies have been developed through the university's business enterprises, school fees for fee-paying students, research grants and partnerships, clinical service partnerships. Mr. Speaker, in terms of human resources transition, all employees of the former School of Medicine and Health Sciences will be seamlessly transferred to the new university as per new policy and legislative requirements. A comprehensive university staff organization structure has been developed and is pending approval from the Department of Personnel Management, contingent on Parliament's passage of this bill today. And then terms and conditions will be implemented to attract and retain top quality medical educators and researchers. Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize that sustained funding commitment from both successive governments remains essential to maintain health education standards and train increasing numbers of students to address our workforce shortages. This university will pioneer in cutting-edge approaches that position Papua New Guinea as a leader in medical education within the Pacific region. In terms of technical innovation, for point number 1, advanced digital teaching and learning platforms that can reach the most remote communities, comprehensive telemedicine and telehealth infrastructures across our nation, hospital, nursing schools, and clinical teaching environments, state-of-the-art simulation laboratories for safe, repeated practice of complex medical procedures, virtual reality and augmented reality training modules for surgical and diagnostic procedures. Mr. Speaker, in terms of our strategic partnership and alliances, international collaborations with leading medical institutions for faculty exchange and curriculum development. Number 2, partnership with regional Pacific universities to share best practices and resources. Number 3, collaborate with PNG's mining, agriculture, and other industries to address occupational health challenges. Number 4, engage with traditional healers and communities to integrate cultural approaches with modern medicine. And number 5, participate agreements between clinical schools and provincial health authorities. In terms of corporate management excellence, Mr. Speaker, the university will employ modern corporate management structures that enable agile decision-making process to rapidly adapt to changing healthcare needs, quality assurance systems that meet international medical education standards, strategic resource allocation based on evidence and measurable outcomes, and number 4, performance-based management system for continuous improvement. Mr. Speaker, the university's approach will be student-centered innovation, where evidence-based students recruitment targeting underserved communities, comprehensive scholarship programs to ensure talented students from all backgrounds across the country can access medical education. Mentorship programs connecting students with practicing healthcare professionals. And number 4, community service learning that embeds social responsibility in medical training. Mr. Speaker, 7 years have passed since the 2017 National Executive Council decision number 2019-2017 to establish this medical university. This delay has had devastating consequences that we can measure in lives lost and communities underserved. Mr. Speaker, the costs of previously policy failures include 1999 Structural Adjustment Program, which serves as a stark reminder of what happens when we prioritize fiscal constraints over human development, which include 10% reduction, public sector positions led directly to the closure of numerous aid posts. Rural and remote communities were left without basic healthcare access. Multiple nursing schools were forced to close, creating a cascade effect on healthcare workforce development. The resulting healthcare infrastructure deterioration continues to impact service delivery today. Mr. Speaker, our evidence-based assessment led to extensive consultative process, which led to the development of this legislation, and which include comprehensive reviews of challenges facing medical education over the past 20 years. The National Department of Health sector's leadership in facilitating consultative meetings, the World Bank's review report, and Health Human Resource Enhancement Plan 2023 to 2030. Analysis of current health statistics and workforce projections and inputs from key stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that given the extended time frame required to graduate medical practitioners and specialists, we cannot expect rapid increases in graduate numbers in the short term. However, this reality makes immediate action even more critical. Medical training requires 6 to 8 years for basic qualification. Every specialist training adds another 4 to 6 years. Every year we delay compounds the workforce shortage crisis. Early intervention in primary healthcare training can show results within 2 to 3 years. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the regional context, while PNG struggles with healthcare workforce shortages, our Pacific neighbors have demonstrated what is possible with sustained commitment to medical education and healthcare workforce development. We must learn from their successes and adapt their strategies to our unique context and needs. Mr. Speaker, a call to action. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this legislation represents far more than administrative restructuring. It is a fundamental investment in Papua New Guinea's future that aligns perfectly with our national development frameworks. This legislation aligns with our national strategic documents. The university, in terms of Vision 2050 that our founding father gave us, the university directly supports our long-term vision for human development and improved quality of life. In terms of National Health Plan, the legislation provides the educational foundation necessary to achieve the plan's workforce development targets. And number 3, the MTDP4, healthcare workforce development, is identified as a critical enabler for economic growth and social development. Mr. Speaker, the legislation offers tangible hope to rural communities currently traveling days to reach basic medical care. Mothers who risk their lives in childbirth due to insufficient stillbirth attendance. Children suffering from preventable diseases because qualified healthcare workers are unavailable in their communities. Families facing catastrophic health expenses due to the need to seek treatment overseas. Healthcare workers currently overwhelmed by patient loads far beyond international standard. Mr. Speaker, the economic benefits goes beyond the humanitarian imperative. This university will be able to generate significant economic returns, reduce healthcare costs through preventative care and early intervention, decreased medical tourism expenses that currently drain foreign currency reserves, enhance productivity through a healthier workforce, job creation in the healthcare and education sectors, knowledge economic development through medical research and innovation, regional leadership positioning in Pacific healthcare education. Mr. Speaker, the cost of approving this legislation pales in comparison to the cost of continued inaction. Lives lost to preventable diseases, economic productivity lost to ill health, brain drains as talented Papua New Guineans seek medical education overseas, continued dependence on expensive expatriate medical professionals, deteriorating health indicators that undermine our international reputation and developments. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I urge this Honourable Parliament to approve the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences Bill 2025 without delay. This is our opportunity to honour our constitutional commitment to integral human development, to fulfil our obligation to protect and preserve Papua New Guinean lives, and to build a healthier, more prosperous future for our nation. The people of Papua New Guinea are counting on us. Let us not fail them. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the Parliament for its swift passage and for full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the introduction of this important bill today, the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences Bill, as presented by the Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science, Technology. I rise today to support this bill with unwavering support of the Papua New Guinea's University of Medicine and Health Sciences Bill 2025, a bill that marks a historic milestone in our nation's pursuit of stronger, self-reliant and modern health system. The bill is far more than the establishment of another educational institution. It represents a strategic investment in our greatest national resource, the health and well-being of our people. It is a bold step towards a healthier, more equitable, and more prosperous future of all our Papua New Guinean citizens. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, our government continues to drive reforms across the public sector aimed at building strong institutions capable of serving the people effectively. In the health sector, this university bill forms a cornerstone of these reforms, which will redefine how we train and manage our health workforce and how we modernize health infrastructure to deliver quality care across our country. Challenges we face in the health is real, urgent, and cannot be ignored. Papua New Guineans continue to struggle with critical shortage of trained health professionals. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed these challenges firsthand as a former health worker, as a former CEO of hospital, and as a former CEO of a PHA. At the Port Moresby General Hospital, our doctors and nurses worked double shifts under immense pressure, striving to meet overwhelming patient demand. In our remote districts, a single community health worker may be responsible for the entire communities that should be ideally be served by a full team of professionals. Our current health workforce ratio of 0.58 health workers per 1,000 population is far below the World Health Organization's recommended minimum of 4.45 per 1,000. Mr. Speaker, in practical terms, this means we operate with barely 13% of the workforce required to deliver essential services. These numbers are not mere statistics. They represent lives lost, mothers dying in childbirth, children unable to access care, and communities held back by poor health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, currently the Bachelor's of Medicine and Surgery program under the School of Medicine and Health Sciences at the University of Papua New Guinea produces between 30 to 50 medical graduates annually. This output is clearly insufficient to meet the pressing demand of our population, where the doctor to population ratio stands at an alarming 1 to 16,000. The gaps in specialist manpower are equally concerning. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea currently has only one interventional cardiologist, 2 neurosurgeons, 1 renal physician, and 1 radiation oncologist for cancer treatment, with no kidney transplant surgeon. One is currently undergoing training. Similar shortages exist across other subspecialties. These shortages have forced us to rely heavily on overseas referrals, placing immense financial and emotional strain on our citizens and health system. The root cause is clear. We have not produced enough medical graduates to sustain a pipeline into specialist training. If we continue graduating fewer than 50 doctors per year, we will not meet the health targets outlined in the Vision 2050. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives us the means to change that story. The transition into a standalone medical and health sciences university will allow us to scale up effectively. Beginning in 2026, the annual intake of medical students will increase from 100 to 200, creating a large pool of graduates to enter specialist training pathways and ultimately serve in critical areas of need. Specialist training will be supported through postgraduate programs at the Port Moresby General Hospital, which now serves as a Level 6 National Tertiary Referral Research and Teaching Hospital. Its infrastructure master plan includes dedicated facilities under facilities for undergraduate education, specialized training, and clinical research, ensuring that the new university can produce high-quality medical specialists. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences will produce graduates trained in evidence-based medicine, equipped with modern diagnostic skills, and committed to maintaining international standards of clinical practice. This will translate into better patient outcomes, reduced medical errors, and health services that our citizens can trust and rely upon. Graduates will acquire not only technical skills, but also a strong sense of national duty and cultural competence, enabling them to serve effectively across the diverse communities of our nation. Mr. Speaker, a central focus of the university will be primary healthcare, with the foundation of sustainable health system. With 80% of our population living in rural areas, we need health workers who understand community health dynamics, preventative medicine, and health promotion strategies. The university will enable us to deploy qualified community health workers, supervisors, the rural health extension officers to every district, ensuring that basic services reach even the most remotest of our communities. This model reduces the burden on hospitals and addresses health problems before they escalate to life-threatening emergencies. Mr. Speaker, our dependence on overseas specialists has been economically unsustainable and professionally limiting. The university's postgraduate training programs will enable us to cultivate PNG-trained specialists who understand our unique disease patterns, cultural context, and resource constraints. We can envision a future with cardiologists addressing population-specific cardiovascular challenges, obstetricians reducing maternal mortality rates, and the pediatricians tackling our unacceptably high infant mortality. This is not only about saving costs, Mr. Speaker, it is about developing medical expertise that is contextually relevant and capable of truly serving our people. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of this university also aligns with broader health sector reforms, forming an integrated architecture of future health in Papua New Guinea. The creation of the Health Services Commission, modeled on the Teacher Service Commission, will provide professional regulation, recruitment, placement, and promotion of health workers with consistency, fairness, and accountability. Graduates will first serve in primary healthcare facilities to gain essential rural experience before progressing to provincial and national hospitals. At the same time, the National Health Infrastructure Plan that's been approved by NEC 2025 to 2035 provides a 10-year framework for developing, upgrading, and maintaining health facilities nationwide. It ensures that all Papua New Guineans, whether in Kagwe or in Telefomin or Amatanai or wherever in parts of our country, can reach a functional health system within 1 hour of travel. Today, these reforms link workforce production, deployment, and infrastructure development into a coherent, sustainable system. Mr. Speaker, health is not merely a social service, it is a foundation upon which all other development rests. A healthy population is productive, economically engaged, and socially empowered. The economic benefits of this university will be profound. Healthier citizens contributing more effectively to national productivity, to reduce the need for costly social services, and generating a greater tax revenue for our country. Currently, millions of kina are spent annually on medical tourism as citizens seek treatment overseas. The university will reverse this trend, keeping healthcare investment within our borders while developing our own medical expertise. Reduced disease burden will also translate directly into the increased agricultural productivity, better educational outcomes, and a stronger, more resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, this university will position Papua New Guinea as a regional leader in medical education and health innovation. Its programs will attract students from across the Pacific, fostering revenue generation, regional collaboration, and networks of healthcare professionals committed to advancing health development in our region. In doing so, we exercise soft diplomacy through medical education, enhancing our international standing and influence in health matters. Mr. Speaker, healthcare is fundamental human right, yet in our country, the distribution of services has been unequal, with urban centers receiving disproportionate attention with rural communities are neglected. The university addresses this inequality through a distributed clinical training model, producing healthcare workers committed to rural practice and capable of delivering services in resource-limited settings. PNG-trained professionals will also be culturally competent, understanding traditional healing practices and community health benefits, thereby fostering trust and improving health-seeking behavior. The university will further contribute to greater equity, training female health workers to address maternal health, family planning, and gender-based violence issues that require culturally sensitive responses. Mr. Speaker, university will also act as a catalyst for innovation and modernization of our health system. Its digital teaching platforms will extend to telemedicine, allowing the specialist consultation to reach remote areas. Its research programs will generate Papua New Guinea specific evidence for policy and practice, replacing reliance on international studies conducted in very different contexts. The university will establish and maintain professional standards for all healthcare cadres and ensuring quality care, public confidence, and ongoing professional development. Beyond long-term, Mr. Speaker, capacity building, the university will address immediate health priorities. Maternal and child health will benefit through training of skilled birth attendants, midwives, and pediatric specialists, reducing preventable deaths, public health specialists trained in communicable disease control to combat malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS, supporting our national health targets. As urbanization and lifestyle changes drives non-communicable diseases, the university will equip our workforce to manage diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and cancer, focusing on prevention and chronic disease care. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not merely about establishing another institutional, as I've said, it is about transforming the health system of our country. It's about ensuring that every child grow up healthy and every mother gives birth safely and every community that can thrive because its health care is needed. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to thank the Dean of the Medical School, Professor Teforani, and his team who have actually worked hard. They are now in the chambers today on the Speakers Gallery. I thank them for their hard work for the last couple of years who have been committed. I also acknowledge the former ministers. This bill was passed, this particular addition was made by NEC back in 2017. I also acknowledge the former Prime Minister and everyone who has actually contributed to this particular bill today. And I again, and I support the Minister presenting this bill on the floor of Parliament that all of us can support to creating a healthier, stronger, and more prosperous Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Orbeck.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank our good Minister, Honourable Kino Kafio, for bringing his bill, a much-needed bill, to the floor of Parliament. Let me also acknowledge our people from the School of Medicine and Health Sciences who are here today. Mr. Speaker, human resources, the number one resource, natural resource any nation has. And trying to put in facilities and things to look after human resource should be the number one priority of any government, for that matter. Mr. Speaker, currently we have a human resource crisis, health human resource crisis in the country. That's a fact we have to establish, number one. There's a health human resource crisis in the country. As you've had some statistics being presented by the Health Minister and of course the Higher Education Minister, the doctor to population ratio right now is about 1 to 17,000 or 18,000. And the WHO recommended ratio is 1 to 1,000 people. That's the doctor to human resource or to population ratio. So you can see we are about 16,000. We have one doctor saving 16,000 people. In actual fact, they should be saving 1,000 people. So that's why you see a lot of our hospitals congested, a lot of our patients being frustrated over the types of services being provided by our doctors. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why a lot of our doctors are actually leaving the medical profession. There's a brain drain happening as we speak. There's a lot of them who are actually going to other overseas countries, even to our smaller neighbor Pacific Island countries, because they're being paid good remuneration in those jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, it is about time we establish a own university that sets its own agendas and looks after its own human resource. One of the biggest problems we have right now at our medical faculty is that a lot of experienced and professional doctors and professors have actually left the School of Health, Medicine and Health Sciences, simply because the remuneration package is not enough to maintain them. So a lot of our lecturers have actually left those schools and they're actually working in the public spaces now. To give you an example, the young doctor who graduates out and actually works in the public space earns about the same amount of salary as the professor who actually works at the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. So this big disparity is actually moving people. There's like a local brain drain that's happening where doctors are actually moving from academic institutions to public spaces and even private spaces. And with this bill now, what will happen is that the new university will basically set its own agenda. So in terms of the remuneration packages they'll be setting out, they have the power now to do that on their own. Whilst they were under the University of Papua New Guinea, they never had that leverage to do that because they subscribe to the same bylaws. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Minister for bringing this bill. We have to address this. This is a crisis we are facing right now in the country. The other thing I want to point out is in terms of the economic returns. I'll just give you an example. So far, there's about 1,500 patients who are fronted at our intervention cardiology unit for scans, for angiograms and all of that. And for you to get that same service in a cheaper sort of jurisdiction like in Manila, it will cost you a minimum of 50,000 kina. I used to do patient referrals for Enga provincial government when I was working as a doctor. And the minimum amount of money you need to attend one of those good facilities in Manila is about 50,000. So if you multiply 50,000 by 1,500, that's about 75 million kina. So we've so far spent about 30 million kina in establishing the cardiothoracic unit, and you can automatically see the return of investment. More than 300% already within a year or two. So in terms of economic returns, in terms of the return in investment in establishing this university, there's so much. You look at the productivity. When people get sick, they leave work for longer hours when you don't have proper facilities to attend to, or proper training facilities, so to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good investment that the government is going to make when we finally establish a standalone university. In terms of the kind of patients that tertiary healthcare will serve, a lot of times we say public health is the way to go. That's true. It deals with the numbers, not the quality of people. If you look at the elite bracket of this country, these are the people who come down with lifestyle diseases. They come down with stroke. They come down with heart attacks. These are the people that will be treated at these tertiary health facilities that we are trying to establish. So when you don't establish those facilities, the cream of the nation gets taken away. And it costs the nation a lot because we invest so much in these people. And at the same time, in terms of their productive outcome, the nation misses out. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's about time we establish a standalone university. And in terms of capacity, my suggestion would be, there's a new hospital that's actually going to be built. I think we should look, because we should look higher, 10 years, 20 years from now, given the rate at which our population is growing, soon that place will be overcrowded. So maybe the government should look at an expansion sort of plan when it thinks of establishing this university. One of the things we did when I was minister was we were trying to bring out these satellite schools in all the big hospitals throughout the country, because the capacity right now in the short term, if we look at the short term, the capacity at the university right now is such that it can't take more students. So once we move those people who are doing third years, fourth years and fifth years, those who are doing clinical medicine, once we start moving them to the bigger hospitals, we will free up space for those who come to do their clinical, basic medical science. Mr. Speaker, during the COVID pandemic, there were two things identified by WHO that had an impact, that had a very big impact in how services, health services were given out to the people. Those two things, number one, human resource. Number two, an ICT-based platform. Because right now, the world is actually short of doctors and nurses. Australian rural hospitals are actually prying on our medical resource, and they're taking them. So one thing they've realized is that even if you don't have the capacity or the numbers to go to the rural areas, an ICT-based platform can actually provide consultation services to the very remote areas in the country. And with that, I want to bring one dissenting view or one sort of frustration to the floor. Starlink is there to be gotten. We have nothing to hide, from the rest of the world. Mipla no karombla something or nuclear weapons or mipla hiding technology or something. Mipla poor country. Bring him Starlink come now and can provide him all services in rural area blo mipla. Why is the agencies, responsible for allowing such companies to come into our country, stifling the process? All seem to have some kind of conflict of interest. Legally company where you go back door and ask him or give him a little money. Yeah, this company is owned by the richest man in the world. Australia is doing that. You mean it put him all this rural areas so that our doctors in big hospitals and universities can provide this e-medicine services.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Member,
He's a doctor. And he resigned for the education health minister. So my point order is, you stop long, health minister, you resign. Now you're telling the people that we should do that, this and that. I'm not a doctor, but how you talk here? You so deeply.
Honorable member, your point of order is out of order. When you have to like make him debate him, you can stand up. No, you can make him debate. Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Brother Blomi and Bella does a minute support the time simple governor and Dr. Ga. You'd like and fighting people come straight in. But when I was minister, my number one priority was human resource. You know, every time I give him updated report, Blomi long, NSC and Prime Minister long, progress me make him address him something. So, you know, I mean, of playing politics. You get some lab where you make playing politics, but law medicine, when deal want them lifelong people, you should address him. So what will I talk him, it's the Starling program. Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister. Starling program, you should start establishing now. Minister, why you stop him, Starling program, the country? Plenty benefit, the Starling program. Well, I have a system, lo district, I had no print him check. Mibla wait 2-3 months, lo print him because network problem. You see, those are the two recommendations WHO made during their first convention after COVID, you know, stopped all other international travels. The first meeting they had after COVID, they identified two main impacting important resources that actually took part in, you know, mitigating the COVID factor that we had. And number one is the number of human resource. Number two, ICT-based platform. Any nation who has an efficient ICT-based, you know, services, health services, did really better during COVID time. So on time, this law, I just talk, thank you, long minister, we bring him this law, bill come, but maybe support him. Now, me talk, thank you, the health minister, to the good work, you may continue. I think it's about time you may increase the number of health workforce because I'm crisis level now. Thank you.
The honorable member for Abao.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I stand to support the bill, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister, for doing an excellent job. Thank you, Prime Minister, Chairman of Cabinet, for approving this important bill. And today, when we pass the bill, it will be a new era for health in the country. So thank you and congratulations, Minister. Well done. I just want to give a short background history to acknowledge the past colleges and the doctors and nurses and other health workers that have shaped this country before independence and after independence to now. We didn't have a medical college prior to 1960. Prior to that, the PG Medical School was training Papua New Guineans. And so the names like Sir Dr. Ruben Taureka were some of those pioneer doctors that were trained and came. And then, because of the need for the human resource training in the health sector, the Papuan Medical College was established in 1960. All of you remember that in 1966, the University of Papua New Guinea came in. It was not until 1971-72 that the medical faculty was established at the University of Papua New Guinea. And Professor Isi Kevau was one of those first who went to the medical faculty, and some of us followed immediately after that, before independence. One of the key historical factors that I would want to share is related to why is it that in 2001, the Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Health Sciences were merged in 2001. In 1990, the Faculty of Health Sciences was established. The reason why we made a decision to merge the Faculty of Health Sciences and Faculty of Medicine was because there was lack of funding from the government. I want to emphasize that point. And I think that many of the established universities also are suffering from lack of support from the national government. Minister, it is an important initiative that you have brought to the floor of Parliament. Our challenge will always be, how will the national government, after this government and the years to come, by 2030, as you have predicted, that this university will then be fully established. The guarantee of security of funding is very, very important, because that will guarantee the quality of staff coming in and the quality of outputs going out. And that's not to say that we will debate against the bill. No, it has to be established. I fully support the establishment, because when I became Minister for Health in the 2017 after elections, I actually announced to the PNG Medical Society that we will be pushing for a standalone university. And you have now brought the bill on the floor. The Minister for Health and the member for Wabek have rightly quoted the right quotas. I have always argued on the floor of Parliament that there are three categories of public servants that the nation must continue to increase the numbers and the quality. One is the health sciences, particularly doctors and nurses. Two is teachers, and one is police. These three sectors, law and order, education, and health, must remain top priority of every government. And therefore, because the increasing in the number of population, many governments through the budget system, we've always chased our tail, because the population overgrows the economic growth of the country. And so it is my firm belief with the standalone university that all the different cadres of health workers, from doctors to nurses to other allied health like physiotherapists, dentists, health extension officers, which now merged with the Divine Word University Medical Faculty, those have to be part of this excitement that you are creating today. And I hope and believe and pray that in the next 10 to 15 years, because HR development needs an average of 10 to 15 years before you see the changes coming out. And with the medical school, with training of 5-year formal training for MBBS, 2-year residential, and then 3 or 4 years of specialist training, you're looking at 10 years of training before a specialist comes out onto the workforce and starts serving the people. And so it is my prayer that within 10 to 15 years after the fully establishing this university, the country will enjoy the increasing number of health workers that we are now debating on the floor of Parliament. And thanks to you and the Maraperoso government for bringing this bill on the floor. I couldn't agree more with the demand and the use of ICT in health. I think it cannot be overemphasized. Telemedicine, e-health is the way to go. We will not completely train the right numbers of specialists ever, but we must continue to increase the standards of healthcare in the country. When I came out from the medical school in 1975, our 8 posts were served by community health workers or 8 post orderlies. And some of you honorable members of parliament are the children of 8 post orderlies that served the country for many, many years. And I want to acknowledge the high number of 8 post orderlies that served in the rural areas out there. Nothing out there, just payday, no communication, but they served right in the outskirts of the country. And according to WHO standards, Papua New Guinea, once upon a time, with the expansion of the 8 post facilities and 8 post orderlies and community health workers around the country, then actually met the WHO standards. And therefore, when I emphasize on government must continue to put emphasis of funding and training for primary health care workers, because specialists expensive and we won't train them after a very long period of time. Minister, while this is an excellent initiative and all of us are supporting it, and I for one fully support it, I would request that you push the community health post program in the country, that every village in this country must have a community health post. We will have to remove the one-man 8-post thing now. We are in the modern era with IT, social media. Every citizen wants a high standard of health care. And so the community health post program must be institutionalized in the budget, not just through ADB. It has to be part of the national budget. So I strongly urge that we, under your leadership, like the leadership you have brought this bill in, same leadership in promoting that every village must have a community health post. That impacts on the training, because in a community health post, you need 3 health workers there, minimum, the minimum standards. And so you need to train more nurses, more technicians, etc. It is my prayer that one day, for example, in my Kupiano Abau District Hospital, that I will have a surgeon, I will have a physician, and I will have a pediatrician. That needs to be the minimum standards over time, that every district must have a district hospital, minimum manpower that must be approved by the Department of Personnel Management has to be that every district hospital must have these 3 key specialists, because they are the ones that can save the problem of many people lining up in the provincial hospitals or specialist hospitals. If we have a surgeon, a pediatrician, a gynecologist, then I think those are the key priority areas. Then the manpower, therefore linking the manpower training has to be with the demand for what type of care that we need to promote through this university that is coming, and therefore HR requirements. So strongly as Minister, apart from the community health post that we need to push, we must make sure that telemedicine is moving at a pace that is demanded right now. And thank you to the Minister and his secretary, who are now looking at how we can advance the telehealth and e-health throughout the country. And I think that itself, apart from the benefits that the nation will have with more human resource training through this university, standalone medical university and health allied sciences, I believe that the ICT program will cover everything. For the benefits of those of us who believe in ICT platforms, there is in existence, for example, right now, a young doctor who is working in one of our Port Moresby private hospitals. He's got an ICT health program. For example, if a citizen is sick, like you have a chest pain, and you and your wife is alone, she knows how to drive, she is 1 hour away to Port Moresby General Hospital, and you have to drive 1 hour to either Paradise or to Port Moresby General Hospital in order to ascertain what is the cause of that chest pain. Right now, there's a platform where you can directly access, and specialist doctors will be available immediately. So if you have a chest pain, you will have a specialist cardiologist that you can directly, rather than go and line up at the emergency department, and you ask the nurse, and the nurse will look for the doctor. It's already 1 hour and you have died. It has happened. So those are the type of exciting ICT platforms that are now available. And so, Minister, both you and the Health Minister, with this important initiative, I think ICT has to be part of this health training program. So, like we are saying, I've been promoting the one laptop per child program must be part of the education policy. And every teacher must be computer literate. Every child must be computer literate. And every health worker must be computer literate. Every citizen must be computer literate. Because when we move into the telehealth, e-health, ICT health program, we have to speak the language and access healthcare in no time at all. So those are the exciting things that are coming, and reading through the bill, Minister, you have incorporated the avenues in this new university. So well done. The last point, two more points, and I will sit down. The second last point I want to raise is, in the old days, we used to bring registrars of the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital to be part of our training program. And then those of us who were what we call registrars, after we graduate, and then we were moving into a specialist program, we were called registrars, we will do an exchange program. So Royal Prince Alfred doctors will come to PMGH, because it was the training hospital for the medical school, and some of us would go over to Royal Prince Alfred Hospital. So we had those exchanges. And I strongly recommend in your structure of the university for linkages with regional and global institutions. That has to be part of the program, because we need those training arrangements. One of the benefits of that, apart from the technology transfer and skills transfer, is that there is a possibility of leading up to the accreditation of these university graduates with other universities and medical health systems around the world. Obviously, the issues of health manpower drainage is one of the issues, but we need to make sure that when our graduates graduate, they are marketable around the world, that their standard of the MBBS is marketable. And I can tell you that since the medical faculty was established in 1971-72, our graduates have been marketable. Particularly our medical graduates, we have been marketable. We can work anywhere in the world, but we have to sit the exams before we are allowed by those countries' boards to be allowed to practice. But over those years, the reason why I mentioned those past history of the colleges is because I want to say that we in the medical profession are some of the best trained doctors. We worked overseas and we've come back. And I can tell this honorable house and our people that our MBBS that we started with our master's programs, we are some of the best trained doctors in the world. We are some of the best trained doctors. I'll just share my own experience. I went to Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in the intensive care unit. It was a night shift, so I had to go and work at the Royal Prince Alfred Intensive Hospitals. RPAH is the biggest hospital in the Southern Hemisphere. And we had a ward round and handover takeover. The young doctor from Australia, we came to our old man and said, I don't know what's going on. So no diagnosis was made. I touched the neck and the neck was stiff. At the medical school, they taught us neck stiff and meningitis here. So I told the young doctor, he's got meningitis, and he laughed at me. After handover takeover, I went and took the needle, took water out of the bag, sent it to the laboratory and confirmed the meningitis. I started treatment. In the morning, he came back, the old man woke up, was awake and talking. What happened? We found a diagnosis and we treated it. That's an example of that medical doctors in this country are some of the best trained. And I hope that that training quality continues in this university. Congratulations, I fully support this bill, and it is my prayer that over time that there will be sufficient health workforce in the country. Thank you.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. The Assistant Speaker. Me, but not up talk to a time. You may ask him, you may all support him. Tupla Minister is tap sitting on top long at table, one time Minister of Health. Mr. Thank you, Lord Tupla Minister, he go past, make him work through the cabinet processes. All Minister of Health before, long all said he started with work. Minister Wong, Minister Lino Tom, Minister Temo too. Dr. Blong, as well as Minister Kavore. Dr. Blong Kerabim Medical University is important. There is no greater investment than investing in doctors, lab technicians, and all health infrastructure and system. Now, banishing country from sickness, all issues of health, you may face it. May give me one blast 36, Lord 2020 time COVID-19 come. We only had in a nation of close to 10 million people that time, possibly around 10. Only 44 beds with oxygen ventilation attached to the beds. Doctor-patient ratio was almost 1 to 20,000 or so. This statistics also does indicate today, Dr. Minister, also 0.58, less than 1%. Doctor-patient ratio, believe me, you may stop along the rest of the nations in the Pacific. So the structural readjustments is taking place. Me like asking members on both sides. Somebody, the minister, let me pass him some law. Me talk, thank you long University of Papua New Guinea. Passed them through, I've been around since 2007. Sometimes the university is territorial. I want to place on record my appreciation to Chancellor Sir Robert Igera, current Senate, Vice Chancellor of the UPNZ. They weren't defensive. What we're trying to do now, just put him CCs, the umbilical cord between the medical faculty and School of Medical and Sciences on the UPNZ and a lot of campus along MedFac that was Mr. Talk before Sanab Emiet, and we built around it. One time, Port Moresby General Hospital or some specialist hospital, Blimi, can become a training facility for doctors, Blimi. Link him. Hopefully that system will link to our School of Nursing, our community health worker colleges, so there's a distinct, clearly path to grow and incubate medical workers in our country. Our country, as a member of Labao, Tok is renowned for well-qualified medical workers. And I want to say thank you. Right after our 50th anniversary celebrations, we're moving in this space to train, educate, equip, and skill more medical workers to bridge the divide between lesser medical workers and more patients. As lifestyle-related disease and the characteristics of our medical needs changes, over time we need to we need to make the necessary input. And this is one of such the structural readjustments, creating a specific university of its own to embrace all medical training institutions in our country that is anchored through this upper echelon of doctor training, including leading onwards later to postgraduate and establishing link with other sister medical schools in the region and globally speaking. For the first time, we've now done, for instance, in the 50 years, just this year, we've done for the first time kidney transplant. I was privileged to be in the operating room to witness the first ever kidney transplant in our country. 2 patients and 2 donors. For the first time now in our country, in our Port Moresby Hospital, we've been able to do heart transplant and the bypass, I beg your pardon, the bypass operation that successfully staged in a heart patient. We've saved over 1,000 patients from going externally to seek medical treatment in Philippines, Australia, elsewhere. Expensive it was for them, we've saved them. They're now doing angiogram and basic heart investigation, as well as angiogram and others in country, saving that is passed on to our people who need those specialist care. But apart from the specialist care, the everyday care, doctor patients, nurse patients, health worker patients, including the lab technicians and others that work in the combined health services must be properly trained to equip a nation that is growing in population, as well as a nation that is strategically placed in the middle of Pacific and also ASEAN and Asia, where commerce trade allows for more people moving in and out of a country. Need for health worker is important. I want to also thank Professor Tabaraki and his team from the medical faculty. They've worked behind this. They've given the concerted effort. And through this, I want to impress on our Public Service Minister and the 2 relevant ministers to work to make sure that those who teach in a medical school are properly compensated, they're remunerated properly. We attract the best lecturers in the world because it's evident the IQ propensity of our science student is second to none. I want to say, second to none, I place on record. We've tested in the STEM students we produced the last 3 years, the cohort of 2023 STEM class, the cohort of 2024 STEM class. They've went to US, South Dakota University, for instance. 70% of our science students did not take a review class or repeated grade 12 class. They went straight. They said the entry test passed. First year cohort, 70% of them received Dean and President's Award in the science programs that they kept. They're children of the likes of Professor Seisi Kevao. And I picked just one name, Professor Seisi Kevao. God bless the man, a dedicated person, like many other PNG doctors who come back home to serve, including the member for Abao. Professor Seisi Kevao, for instance, the first medical graduate, went to Royal Prince Hospital in Australia, could have lived and worked and served there. They offered him a good work condition, but a giant of a man came back home, has given his life to the country the last 50 years, served as our country's first cardio specialist doctor, and remains so until this day as we speak. It shows the level of ability our children have because they come from the same descent of science students in our country. And this school will now give an opportunity for Papuanians to go into medical school with a purpose, knowing that that school is what they want at grade 12. They get in there. We want this school not to have a high rate of attrition without compromising quality. Still keep on nurturing science students picked with the high acumen, propensity and potential to be doctors and medical workers. We feed them, embrace them, and train enough men and women to work in our medical services. I want to also propose to members of this House that this school will embrace a certain quota of training from students from the Pacific. Papua New Guinea, in the face of our own limitations, must be able to offer facilities to Micronesia, Polynesia, and rest of Melanesia. So we'll set up this school to embrace also our Pacific family, for them to also be learning from our institutions. This is a worthy construct. Just right after our 50th, all members of parliament who are present, make your mark, write your name down in history that you pass this law, a good law to set up the medical university, standalone medical university for our country. I pledge this government's full support to make sure the infrastructure, the systems, and the remunerations for the medical university is accorded in its right space, so to attract the best so that we get it serving our country going forward into the future. Thank you too much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to establish and incorporate the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine, Medicine and Health Sciences, and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, Chief Se Gebis Salika, dated 29 October 2025, recommending the imposition of taxes and the expenditure of public money in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution, insofar as the bill relates to and provide for such impossible and expenditure. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted? Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable member, the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, people have been going to court how much per time, the court working decision how much per time. Every member in this house has a right to debate. Soon we're going to start citing contempt of court long parliament, and people are going to send up court. The court's made numerous rulings. Every member has the right to debate. If he stands to debate, you must entertain his opportunity to debate. It's a right provided under the Constitution. No, you already passed them. You plus some school or court past them. So me talking you, Lord, is the point again. If there's someone that stands to debate, you must give him the right to debate. You cannot entertain a question be put when someone stands to debate. Your question be put is out of order. Thank you.
The chair has already made a ruling. Question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those are against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk. the question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirement, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. Honorable members, the results of the vote. The ayes 76, the noes 0. Mr. Clerk?
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish and incorporate the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences, and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk?
Notice number 172, Minister for Coffee.
Mr. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I present Coffee Industry Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk?
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Coffee Authority B, regulate the coffee industry through a licensing framework and support the development of coffee industry. C, provide a framework for the administration of export coffee fees. D, provide a framework to ensure the quality of coffee. And E, provide a framework for market support and market access initiatives for the industry. And F, provide a robust framework to support coffee research and extension. And G, repeal the Coffee Industries Corporation Statutory Functions and Powers Act 1991 and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is with profound humility and enthusiasm that I rise to present to this honorable House the proposed Coffee Industry Bill Foreign Act 2025 that underpins growth and development of our coffee industry under Marape Rosso government's reset agenda going forward at 50 and beyond. This bill intends to repeal and replace the Coffee Industry Corporation Act of 1991, which established the Coffee Industry Corporation Limited and replace it with the National Coffee Authority. Background, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this historic bill is the government's vision to revitalize the coffee industry as a vehicle to stimulate economic growth through increased smallholder participation, increased production, increased downstream processing, increased jobs creation, address forex challenges, and import replacement. It is the product of a broad consultation across districts and provinces and aligns with the recently approved National Coffee Policy 2024 through NEC Decision Number 326 of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we once peaked at 1.5 million green bean bags per year. However, recent years' exports now stand at no more than 1.2 million bags, from a stagnant 800,000 to 900,000 bags for a long while. The bill, therefore, targets structural barriers to scale and value capture. It places smallholder households who produce over 80% of our coffee at the center of this reform. Mr. Speaker, the bill aims to incentivize more of our people to return to the land and reap real economic gains from their soil. Gone are the days when the smallholders were marginalized and overlooked. Through this bill, the government aims to refocus its attention to the grassroots level and upwards. And why repeal the CIC Act will be a pertinent question many of our coffee farmers and coffee industry players out there may have. The answer, Mr. Speaker, the CIC Act of 1991 established the CIC Limited and the basic frameworks for production, marketing, quality control, and exports. However, over time, it has not delivered the farmer-focused incentives, governance clarity, or export discipline needed to lift the yields, improve quality, and domestic value add remains a mere 1%. Therefore, our legislative reset is required to align institutions with current policies and market realities. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward from the last 50 years and look beyond, we must set a new course that realistically meets the needs and challenges of our people by empowering our local farmers and smallholders to reach their fullest potential in coffee. This is the government's vision, and it shall be realized through this bill once enacted. The critical gaps in the present CIC Act, Mr. Speaker, the analysis that we have undertaken identified critical gaps that inhibit performance. Gap number one, administrative and governance. CIC is a private, no statutory body, hence plays a dual role as a regulator and as a private company. The Act lacks clear provisions for the appointments and or terminations of the board, the CEO, and the employment contracts, public finances and procurement compliance, weakening accountability and control. This has led to increased instability, resulting in inefficient delivery on its mandate due to its conflicting role as a regulator and as a private company. Gap number two, quality control and inspection. We uncovered no integrated national quality system aligned to international cupping and grading standards, testing protocols, and risk-based inspections. Gap number three, compliance and enforcement. We uncovered that offenses and penalties are not consolidated or streamlined, and there is no modern graduated sanctions regime to support efficient enforcement. Gap number four, Mr. Speaker, export control and marketing. We noted a clear absence of dedicated export control for certification of our exports, traceability of our coffee, and no brand protection to secure premiums, protect reputation, and inefficient licensing standards and procedures. Gap number five, research and extension. No explicit mandate and coordination for coffee research and development and extension services, despite their central role in raising productivity. Mr. Speaker, these key gaps collectively suppress enthusiasm for all players in the coffee value chain, especially our small farmers. Hence, this reduces quality and limits our ability to capture value onshore by way of downstream processing. Now, the key shifts in the new bill that's before us, Mr. Speaker. The bill directly addresses these key gaps. Gap number one, clear institutional role. The bill seeks to establish a national coffee authority as the policymaker and regulator under a robust public governance structure, refocuses on its mandate as the regulator of the industry's development and market facilitation. NCA will have a robust board for an independent, prudent oversight over the industry and its governance, which has been lacking for so long. National quality and compliance system, Mr. Speaker. The bill embeds standards, strict licensing conditions, enhances audit schedules, and ensures risk-based inspections. Consolidates offenses into one that is dedicated to administrative penalties and court offenses. The new number three, export control and market access. The bill introduces export certification, traceability of our coffee, and brand integrity. Rules to access premium markets and protect our PNG origin coffee. Number four, mandates research and development. The bill provides for coordinated research and development efforts in words, in districts, and in provinces, including preparation, ensuring that necessary quality, husbandry, pest and disease control, and post-harvest handling efficiency, and with optimization. Number five, farmer-centered incentives. The bill integrates government-approved incentives to lift farm gate returns and reduce costs to market with price and freight support. Now, what is there for the smallholder farmers? Smallholder farmers that now produce over 80% of our export. Mr. Speaker, this bill, unlike ever before, places greater focus on our small village coffee farmers, who constitutes 80% of our coffee exports at its core, by introducing new provisions for one, the Green Gold Card. This is a landmark registration system that registers every smallholder by word, by LLG, by province. Links to his or her personal bank accounts, enables direct delivery of inputs, training, incentives, and incentive payments and identification of that farmer. Effectively, this registration system gives the government a vital national database of our smallholder coffee growers out there, which will enhance intervention and participation. For our smallholders, benefit number 2, price support. The bill provides counter-critical support to stabilize farm gate income during market droughts. Benefit number 3, freight support. The bill seeks to offset the first mile and the last mile cost from the remote communities to mills and export points. Benefit number 4, Mr. Speaker, mini mills and grading support. The bill will ensure improved parchment quality and enables tailored community-level value addition and participation. Benefit number 5, Mr. Speaker, extension and finance access. The bill will ensure integrated economy support and links to SME finance for rehabilitation and expansion of their coffee trees. And as a result, the expected results will see the yields lift from what is now 500 kilograms per hectare towards 1,000 to 1,500 kilograms per hectare, ensuring higher quality grades, steady household income to support health, education, and local SMEs, Mr. Speaker. Downstream processing and investor incentives, Mr. Speaker. NEC in its decision number 158 of 2025 approved various incentives, among others, to retain value onshore. The bill intends to incentivize industrial scale roasting, grinding, and packaging through one licensing. Multi-year licenses for investors committing to large-scale onshore processing and market development. Mr. Speaker, fiscal support, duty exemptions on imports of specialist equipment and inputs, allowing pioneer industry status for tax holidays tied to performance and skills transfer. Infrastructure partnership, Mr. Speaker, alignment with provincial and DDA programs for power, water, roads, law and order at processing hubs. Outcomes shift from FOB green bean pricing to factory gate pricing, captured domestically, resulting in creation of skills jobs, propel SMEs, and a strong national brand. National targets and implementation, Mr. Speaker. The bill, once enacted, will be sequenced with transparent monitoring and evaluation. Through one, production scale, now from 1 million to 3 million bags, within the planning horizon through rehabilitation, planting new trees across Arabica heartlands of our highlands, and revive robusta regions on our coastlines. Number 2, export value. We expect to increase export value to 5 billion at 3 million green bean bags at current green bean pricing of 20 kina per kilogram. With onshore roasting at indicative price of 60 kina per kilo, total exports can approach or exceed 10 billion kina in a year. Number 3, inclusion. We will expand participating smallholder households from what is now 400,000 to at least 500,000, benefiting approximately 5 million individuals countrywide. Mr. Speaker, we can't be comparing with countries like Vietnam, although they source the coffee from our shores. The difference between them and us is that the land in that country is owned by the state, whereas us, the land is owned by our citizens. And so the way to increase the growth, increase the production is by way of incentives. And that is what this bill is all about, accountability. Annual statutory and industry compliance reports on finances, production, quality, farm gate prices, incentive outlays, and all matters of compliance have been absent for years. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Coffee Industry Bill 2025 aims to modernize governance, quality, compliance, exports, and research, financial accountability, cements stability in the board and management with clearly defined mandates and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, coffee is one of the backbone cash crops in our country. By empowering and rewarding our smallholders and downstream processors, PNG can reach 3 million bags by 2030, which is 5 years away. At envision in MTDV 4, 2023 to 2027, and the National Agriculture Plan. Under this bill, Mr. Speaker, coffee will have a profound impact on the lives of our forgotten farmers, marginalized citizens, and bring significant inclusive economic development in our communities. Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying that this bill hears the cries and the plights of our small people and aims to elevate their struggles, whilst at the same time fostering much needed inclusive economic development. To the smallholders out there, your government has had your cries and it's delivering this historic bill. Though it might be painful for a start, it is a short-term pain for a long-term gain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill for the establishment of the National Coffee Authority to this Honorable House.
Honorable Governor for NCD.
Speaker, give me opportunity to support this bill. I want to commend the minister from the outset. The reality facing coffee industry in our country, have given us a perspective this morning. Vietnam, which we helped to set up their coffee industry, now they are #2 world exporter, and we are down in number 11. And CIC has been with us for all these years, Mr. Speaker. And the volume, quantity, yeah, and the quality has not really improved. So it is timely now, thinking about the next 50 years, that we ever look at this key industry in our country, especially that it has a big reach out to our people. It can sustain a lot of our people, give them income, more importantly. And in that context, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, I want to give us this perspective too about, the basis of our economy. I know we are privileged to have all these minerals and hydrocarbons and so on, but these minerals and hydrocarbons, they are, like non-renewable. Non-renewable. They will have a timeline, all by pennies here. But our commodity, coffee, cocoa, oil palm, copra, what else? Tea, vanilla. These are, renewable resources that will be here forever to, give an income and sustain the life of our people. As population increase, we need more and more people to come into this type of production. And so what I want to encourage all of us and really support the minister is this, that when we think about the economy, we must start to think strategically about what is the, core, part of our economy that aligns with our neighbors and the global economy that we need to really harness and, tap on to build an economy that is sustainable. It will continue to grow and, importantly, support our people. We might be dreaming of manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, for example, honorable members of parliament. It's a good dream. But if we go into manufacturing, the fact of the matter is that China is almost manufacturing everything, you name it. Only will give me stuff here. How are we going to compete with them? Vietnam too is going into manufacturing. Thailand and all this, Indonesia, you name it, Bangladesh, from textile or fabric to parts of motor vehicles to plane parts to all now they're going to chips and whatever technology or that is becoming part of the new global economy. So you mean at the PNG, what is our comparative advantage in terms of thinking about the economy? Will it be forever oil and gas, gold and copper? Or our people, the vast majority of them depend on commodity. And you may neglect them long time. You may neglect them because me looking here, all this commodity board that we set up, Mr. Speaker. You may got commodity board, like coffee, na cocoa, na oil palm, maybe copra too. What have they been doing all this time? We gave them so much power. They become a law and rule unto themselves. All ministers like control them all too, inona, Mr. Speaker. All the Sarim top ministers. They have their own whatever system. Then it becomes politics to come inside the commodity board. So Minister of Agriculture, you look this too. One time triple colleague blow you long, all Minister of specific industry. This commodity board, are they asset or they an impediment, liability to the farmers, the people blow you? What is the interest? The ministers must be in control. They are given the mandate. They have to come up with a strategy. If it succeeds, then country benefit, people may benefit. If it fails, they get the backlash and the blame. Now you become now, come up with a Minister of Agriculture. We launched the National Agriculture Strategy. Yeah? Now, who is going to drive this, strategy? Will it be the minister and his 3 colleague ministers in the different specific ministries, livestock and oil palm and coffee, or will it be this commodity board? And me look here, Mr. Speaker, this commodity board, if it's going to be this commodity board, God help PNG. It has failed. Something me like raising to you. Why it's taken all this time for us to realize that CIC is not working. It's not giving incentive to our farmers or improving quality and quantity or export especially, generating income, bringing foreign currency or forex or whatever I come to you. We have the means at our disposal. And me giving you me figures, Peninsula. You may Vietnam, you may help him all, look out him all, clear up him coffee industry belong all. And they come number 2, earning about, billions, 5 billion or 8 billion, while you may stop it long about 500 or 600 million or something of them. This is, it's a crime. And pignini you may krapimem na, come na, brusim you may papa or mama na, go na.
You miss Tabiatosm, and then we cannot even sort it out or see the writing on the wall. It has to take Prime Minister now to make a decision. Time I'm working decision too, you may work low, think plenty of him. Why am I making this Minister blow oil palm na, Minister blow livestock na, Minister blow coffee? But I think now you may work look merits blow, you know. Minister blow agriculture, you Papa or Mama blow get that line here. Mr. Speaker, it's good that we have a dedicated minister because this industry is the powerhouse of our people. You support them, big population, you must do the same in cocoa too. You may check him, there's a commodity board long. It's working or not. You may go along oil palm too, Minister of Oil Palm, and work on that. Plenty online or like starting oil palm too, yeah. People all governors now, we have been talking about investing in the oil palm industry. But who is going to drive it? The regulatory or, the management or those who are going to help us to, deliver government outcome. Prime Minister, you may not can waste time na thinking plenty lo kain. If it's not working, time you may change na. Minister Blong, coffee is taking the lead now. We must examine all the other sectors and invest in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of our people. We have neglected for a long time. Long time. You may seem this a Dutch disease, now you may think, but you may depend on oil and gas now. Oil and gas, yeah, it's good. It brings a lot of revenue, but in terms of employment benefit, yeah, it's a small enclave type of industry. Only a few hundreds or maybe over 1,000 or less than 2,000, they are employed in that sector. Yes, you got chain, you go come. But it's a small enclave industry. Agriculture and backbone blow you. It sustained our ancestors for generation. Agriculture is no brainer. We just need to top up or upskill our people. All Sabbath Peninsula plan him na, look out him na, groom him na, by working surplus too. We just need to give them the incentive. And me like total line law numbers to fisheries. Mr. Speaker, you before Minister of Fisheries, Minister, you work with them, but line law numbers here. And fisheries here, lifelong all here. It's also a no-brainer. You must look to how the National Fisheries Authority, you will manage this land. Plenty line all stop here. All some support the National Fisheries Authority or not. What's the incentive going to the fishermen? What's going on here? And then you may got potential to, Mr. Speaker, me surugi me go come. Lost side belong tourism. Minister belong tourism now when we come announcing board belong. You can announce in board, but this board, and by be proactive, be strategic, promote Papua New Guinea, develop tourist product in our country. No go to buy bills, nothing, this is a board. That's what we have been seeing up to now. What is the strategy? PNG, it's a no-brainer or side-blown tourist product. What we have here is immense. More than plus Fiji, you plus a gold time. Let me talk straight to you now. You are going to mangal Fiji na. But your own country has everything, all the product that we can promote this place. It's a great hub for tourism. Look how more people believe me. Give income to all our people in the far-flung part of province for you, Mr. Speaker. Now, province long minister to you. Put him board nothing here. Look at me by true. Maybe you should come up with a regulatory authority like, the minister for coffee now and working. Why you me working board? Now do you mean like working one board too? Look out him when IRC. Hey, this IRC and one constitutional officer holder, he should go and do his job. Now, if you're not paying your tax, and prosecute you. Not to go now, go to board can. This board, you miss work set him up, go come here. They are disempowering you, ministers. You have been given the mandate. to drive the agenda or portfolio blow you blow. Not to go and pass the buck to some board. And then if you don't do it, Prime Minister Rosimol, some mi bla backbencher, mi bla stop, lapun lo backbencher. Put him on la backbencher, Kelaus and me, some like go along. Happy and see how they go. You minister go comfortable na, give him kind board na, set him kind whatever system na. You take the bull by the horn. Yeah. Make it happen. Mr. Speaker, me commend the minister. I think Prime Minister, time you make him minister, 2 bill, 3 bill, like come up minister, some like powerful ministry, but me I'm also at the end of the day, me humble him and I make accept him as a ministry. Minister, this is a powerful ministry you got to stop. You can make a big impact on Papua New Guinea. To all our people in Koroba Lake Kubiagona, Ikam get along, islands they come along, Nambis. You have the power in your hands now. Don't wait. You may pass him law now, you gonna start the process going now. Prime Minister, give him some money, go along agriculture, yeah. You may launch him this grand plan long. Minister John Boito. But who is the money to back up that grand plan? Who is the money? Put the money on grand plan long agriculture, yeah. Clear out of the blockage now. People start working now, delivering. People blame me and now you may talk reset for another 50 years here, Mr. Speaker. Reset starts with us. We've got to make the right decision to really come up with the right initiative to lay the foundation for the next 50 years. Otherwise, millions will come and talk. Me no like talk here. Me like walking something. That's why I stay. When time me debate and complain here, Prime Minister. Me come mandate people to get things done. Me no come walking process, go some. Hey, me want him. One cowboy in India, no. Give us the power. This is a restoring power. It's a NPC something here. If I spend, me like spending 1 billion or 2 billion, people give me mandate to come and make decision and spend their money to achieve outcome. Not to come and go through process, kind. It's worse than a maze. This is a system you will put in place here. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Blomimi Lusimosem, Planti, Dr. Gibigan, Dr. Kopat. Minister, you're a champion. I'm here fully supporting you. Let's go and get this authority into place now. Let's get it cracking now. Reach out to our people and tend the dynamics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Luke Savelo, Ministry Blomi. I also would like to debate on this bill. But firstly, let me commend the Minister for coffee. And also, I want to commend the Prime Minister in his wisdom that I may give him this nuclear ministry golo. Minister now where I'm bringing this Billikam. I also take note of the NCD Governor's comment in the debate. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me this time to speak on the National Coffee Authority Bill. At this critical time, coffee has supported the national economy in very tough times from the 1960s up to 1990s. Therefore, before more extractive resources came online, coffee, cacao, coconut, and bougainville coffee gave independence to our economy 50 years ago. Almost 3 to 4 million of our people in the coffee-growing provinces are dependent on the crop as smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, the creation of the National Coffee Authority following the establishment of the Coffee Ministry, it is a very big leap from treating coffee as a mere cash crop. Our farmers were shocked when prices for parchment coffee hit 13 to 15 kina per kilogram in the last 2 seasons. However, to sustain this growth, more coffee must be planted, more must be processed with improved quality, and more must reach accessible and reliable markets. That is the single biggest challenge, Mr. Speaker. This new bill provides stronger and clearer mechanism for PNG small farmers to have better access to formal and premium markets and to benefit from incentive programs designed to reward their efforts and improve income at the household level. Mr. Speaker, the coffee bill was not only enhanced to revitalize the coffee production, but also place greater emphasis on sustainable farming practices and value addition across the entire value chain. We must shift from selling raw beans to developing processed products that can keep well in Papua New Guinea. We have important partners like the World Bank and the other donors who continue to assist the industry through programs, research, and enabling infrastructures, such as feeder roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, the PPAP and PACD project supported by the World Bank and implemented by CIC is one fine example of such partnership that can future strengthen under the new National Coffee Authority Bill framework established through the bill. For instance, through the CIC, PPAP, and CIC, PACD projects, more Papua New Guineans have been supported through transition from bean coffee buyers and processors to fully fledged coffee exporters. More will follow. Papua New Guinea-owned exporters retain 100% of their foreign exchange earnings in Papua New Guinea, whereas multinational exporters only bring in operational funds, Mr. Speaker. The new authority bill will have a greater mandate to address the imbalance through the transparent and accountable trade facilitation policies. Historically, there has been no sustainable marketing infrastructure that rewards farmers daily and fairly. Hence, many farmers have not been motivated to increase production. Farmers are not only interested in producing more coffee, they want to earn more money from their coffee. Mr. Speaker, through CIC, PACD project group, marketing through registered coffee cooperatives has enabled farmers to receive prices as high as 27 kina per kilograms of green bean coffee for the first time. Farmers are now receiving thousands of kina instead of hundreds. Mr. Speaker, this is transformative of livelihoods. As income improves, farmers are now taking ownership of managing their coffee gardens, which improves yields and quality and untimely increase production and export volumes. CIC PACD, in partnership with the Cooperative Society of PNG, has now facilitated the registration of 79 coffee cooperatives, and this number is projected to exceed 100 before end of this year. Mr. Speaker, yes, provincial governments and DDAs must continue to invest heavily in road networks, footbridge, and critical logistic infrastructure. My district, Obura Wanara District Development Authority, is one example demonstrating tangible result. However, the new authority bill will provide stronger advocacy, coordination, and accountability mechanism to ensure such investment directly support coffee growing communities. Some districts have already signed MOUs and MOAs with CIC and this partnership will be further strengthened under this new bill. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, this bill provides a clear mandate for good governance, strong regulatory oversight, transparency, and accountability throughout the industry. It ensures that industry, institutions, cooperatives, exporters, processors, and stakeholders operate under clear, fair, and enforceable rules that protect farmers' interests. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Minister for Coffee. I give my full endorsement and support to the National Coffee Authority Bill as the way forward for our coffee industry and for our rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, me too, me kiraplo support him the bill. I think it is a very important bill, a bill that is well overdue, that needs to change and redirect the path that coffee has been through in the last 50 years. I think it's about time. It is 50 years now. Moving forward, we must have the changes. We must make changes, and our people must benefit from these changes. So, me like commend him, the minister responsible for coffee, in presentation of this bill today. Mr. Speaker, our people land-based oriented people. Ground in only plus something like me. Our people for thousands of years have cultivated land and lived peacefully, harmoniously amongst in the land or on the land. We are agriculture-minded people, very agriculture-minded people. You know, not go to one place, na you find one man, hungry and stop. That's all. Whilst we have survived on our land, new things have crept into our systems. Plenty something. He come inside and disturb him. Mindset blow or yanpla blow me. Today, when you go back to the villages, why you find him was plenty yanpla man, sit down and walk him nothing. No got peppers blow. Oh, sit down na, play Ludo stop na. All him this mobile phone almost 24 hours lo unblow. Na you see them sitting in the groups. Time o kirap no walk about. Process here. Come down lo knee blow no walk about stuff. Almost as nothing. And Mr. Speaker, our people are beginning to become lazy. Our young people. The other day I heard the Prime Minister say almost 40% of our population are under the age of 18. This really worries me, Mr. Speaker. It worries me in that whilst you sit down low here and walk him low and change him this like go come. Our young people who are less than the age of 18 are going to mature very, very soon, and they have nothing to fall back to. If they have something to fall back to, which is the land, they have no idea how to cultivate it. You salim go on top of the mountain, na talking molemia. Stick lo sutim ground and stop. You too hard click na put him taro go inside. After 6 months, 8 months, you come dig him, he'll have no idea whatsoever. But these are educated people we're talking about. People who have completed grade 10 or grade 12. And they have no way to go. Now this is bill tete time me sit down and me look him. Me how much, Mr. Speaker. Also, Minister work lo job opportunities, creation of job opportunities for our people. Lo background statement blame. Talking about economic growth. How by me working is like economic growth. Go back to all people blame me. Are we really serious with job creation? So you mean serious job creation? Now economic opportunities blow people blame me. This is a bill must translate into a tangible bill that will affect the lives of our people. You may not can talk nothing. Bills are good. Now, Minister, me commending you. I really commend you. Very recently, about 2-3 months ago, there's a former member who's been former member of agriculture yet. He chartered a plane and flew into Milimbe, the mountains of Milimbe. Why am I walking this slide? Because there's about 300 bags of cocoa annually rot in the Agaun hills, coffee, sorry. 300 bags of coffee rot up in the highlands of Milimbe province, Agaun mountains, every year, annually. Is the government serious about that? I'm not talking about this government only. I'm talking about previous governments as well. We have failed our people. Freight subsidy. If this former minister can charter a plane and fly up into the Agauns and load hundreds of bags of cocoa and bring them back to Port Moresby, sorry, coffee. I keep on talking about coffee because my people are cocoa-based farmers. But coffee for that purpose. If this former minister can do it with his own funds and fly into Agaun and bring in 300 bags of cocoa down to Port Moresby, coffee. Yeah. Coffee. This government can be serious about it. Subsidizing freight. Subsidizing freight. Go inside Laurel Mountains. And this brings me to the next point of Connect PNG. Someone's Connect PNG minister. You serious about Connect PNG? Connect him, go inside Laurel, place where you can benefit. Must put him road where I'm run, nothing go, now I'm stop. You know can kiss him point over a barata blow me. You kiss him talk blow me and put him low bell blow you and walk him walk. Thank you.
Minister. Through you, Speaker, my leader of the opposition must be appreciating the connectivity program because his province, Milimbe, been connected to Central Province, which he is receiving medical supplies through road. He's supposed to be talking and thanking Connect PNG to deliver coffee through this road. Okay. So I think you need to talk. Thank you, Connect PNG na marabero sa government lo connecting malata na Milimbe. Thank you.
Opposition leader, you continue your debate.
Mr. Speaker, me appreciate him, Wax Minister. Me no bagarapim Connect PNG. Me talk also. Suppose Connect PNG I'm serious. Looking economic opportunities, na put him road go inside law economic opportunities. Hub where money stop. That's my point. That's all you can appreciate him, Minister Blue Forest. You can appreciate him, forest companies where all been putting this road, go inside this areas too. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, me harim Governor post pakop tok lo o napla country Sainana Vietnam na em toko sem you may been gonna soy mo lo planning coffee. Yeah, true, you may go soy mo lo buy planning coffee. But Mr. Speaker, the important thing here, the crunch of the matter is this. Government blow is serious lo coffee. They're serious about coffee. Guess what? All farmers all producing this product, this like kai, all working come out. That's all government gonna buy these products. They were still all son of one time of people blow. Or not allowing people blow law. Farming this like coffee or cocoa or coconut. Now all panning buyers will come buy. Government is prepared to walk in and walk blow government true. So product, I'm not come out nothing them sit down. They were able to translate that into hard cash, money. Now I'm talk where me one bell or 2+ speakers talk pass me is that we must keep politics away from CIC Limited. We must keep it away. Politics, plenty politics, even barapin plenty, all entities blame me, or country blame me. Now, as politicians, we must seriously consider this. We must seriously look at this and stay away from entities that are able to make money for us. Now, me one better some or leaders before me or talk Lodisla. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, through the Speaker. Now, bless something. I'm all demand blow before. All extension officers. Time me been lick. All extension officers are come inside the place. Or by come the stop one time me pla. 1 week, 2 weeks. Also I'm all man, lo walk. Tete. Man, you may come up one big country, finish 10 million, 12 million people. Now all extension officers disappear, go away. We're supposed to be having more extension officers. Village-based extension officers. Now I want to stop more. Now you may talk lo. Research, extension, this law work. This law, the frontline officers are supposed to be the demand officers. They're the ones supposed to be down there, the extension officers, seeing the opportunity for research and report back to headquarters that talk. Mipla looking mo some disla binatan kai disla. Come the research him. How by me stop him disla binatan? Mipla looking mo some crop in a strong. Fruits blame in a planting. Come na look him. How by me create him? Disla work. That is not happening. That data is non-existent. And we have to create. We have to have that bank available. That research bank available. So time opportunity also come. Crop low. When something in Bagarap, we have the research bank available where you can walk in and deal with such matters. Now, plus something, me look him, is a lawyer downstream processing. Now, all investors. Mr. Speaker, me no new plaman lawyer. Me stop long time liquid finish inside this house. One of the greatest impediment that we have with downstream processing and investors, and you me yet inside this house. You be at inside this house. All investors like in this country. All like come to invest. That's all. Interest blame me go past. They block him plenty work come inside this country. And we must seriously address ourselves as leaders of this nation. You may put him interest blow Papua New Guinea go past or not. You may put him interest blow citizens blow this country go past or not. Mr. Speaker, me talk flow coffee go on. Our land, Mr. Speaker. Our land, Mr. Speaker, is country blow up on the ground blame, one kind of some or napla upside. Or napla upside, or like planning one plus something, or must pine him chemicals pass, or by pine him fertilizer past time, stone him ground be and plan him. Papua New Guinea does not need that. We have soil that is created by God, organic soil that is ready. Now plenty of man in the world opening product to organic. Now, me like pulling you me go one plus something about Prime Minister. I think this big plus something through you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Minister's blow Didiman. I was talking about data, and this is serious matter. Minister blow coffee. One kind of Minister blow agriculture. It's about time we identify those areas where coffee stuff or some agam. And I want to put you to an example. This morning when I was having discussions with Governor Allen Bird before he left. Island Blomi, Kirwina good enough, and especially good enough, is one of the poorest islands or communities in the country when I came in 2012. In 2013, I realized, because me man look like a boy, na misa go to market, na put him 5 kina go around, na mix him 2 kina boy. 2 kina and big hip. Ono na give me change blood 3 kina. Open him hard, send him na give me. So we started a drive of planting cocoa on Good Enough Island. we started off with 10,000 trees. Then we went up to 30,000 trees. Today, we have surpassed 300,000 trees. And then we started giving the people cocoa fermentaries. Every ward must have one cocoa fermentary. And by doing that, we started to see a difference. For me, I saw the difference because no more Minusa buying coffee in Golo place for that island alone. Minusa buying school fees blow or pikinini, lo Golo school. One of them like something Mr. Walking lo good enough island, they've taken over that responsibility. They've taken over that responsibility because we began to see the importance of cocoa on that island and the organic soil on that island. We started off with 5 million kina annually exports out of that island. Today we have surpassed 10 million kina on that island. People begin to get empowered and people began to take responsibility for themselves. Suppose through this coffee program, now you may identify our little communities also. And we identify 1,000 of those little economies right throughout the country. And we empower them. And I want to thank the former Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Aya Tambua. I'm Halilu Mipla one time, 1 million kina for cocoa on Guinea Island. Just 1 million kina. Minister, just 1 million kina. I did not ask for 10 million kina or some sample blue plus a kisim. 5 million kina, 20 million kina. I asked for 1 million kina. That 1 million kina transformed cocoa production on my small island. And I don't want to boast about it because there is nothing to boast about. But it is an example that I can put to this floor, to this house, that we translated, we change people's lives. And so I want to say this to you, Minister, through the Speaker, that identify in Papua New Guinea areas where there's Robusta coffee, there's Arabica coffee, and then find how much that area can create and concentrate your money into that area, government's money into that area, and transform those areas and give them little assistance. And out of that, 1,000 communities or 500 communities, see how much they'll generate as small holders, as small growers to the economy of this nation. Mr. Speaker, me like talk more, so Mr. Plant Saveman inside of this house. I want to say thank you to the minister. Now you all ministers holding one kind portfolio also. This is your opportunity. Lord, look Save. Lord, opportunities. Our people are land-based people, oriented people. All hungry working in agriculture. I used to have law and order issues on good enough island. When I landed, just 2 months ago, I landed 10,000 cocoa seedlings. As soon as it arrived, cocoa seedlings disappear. This little man trousers are put down here. Oh, come now, kiss him now, or go back. They're telling me, Douglas, why are you not bringing the 80,000 seeds sitting down in cocoa? I said, oh, Sotlo supply. Everybody in Papua New Guinea wants cocoa seedlings. And so, please, if we are serious about agriculture, let's open up the opportunities right throughout the country with seedlings. Oh, mangi mitagi trousers put down here. They are waiting for opportunity. And who will give them that opportunity? You, me, or leaders can give them opportunity. Go along, yantla blame me. You, me. Must go sit down and talk. Get out from your comfort zones and let's attend to our people. Seriously attend to our people. You can talk too much. Let's give them the opportunity and see the transformation of that opportunity into reality. Now you may talk land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of State and Press.
Speaker, me rise to support the good minister for coffee for this important initiative. Before I do that, I want to commend our Prime Minister for making the decision to actually set up 3 different ministries, especially to do with coffee, oil palm, and livestock. Mr. Speaker, as most of us know, in the early 60s, when the Australians were in charge of our economy, all of those industries were thriving. And before we became exporters of oil and gas, those were the industries which were supporting our economy. And unfortunately, over the years, due to many factors, including political interference by our former leaders who've gone past by us, those important industries have gone back to the bush. And if some of us can remember, in the early days, we had many plantations, coffee plantations, up in the area where I come from, and even cocoa and copra plantations in the coastal areas. And they were mainly run and operated by people who knew the industry. And unfortunately, in the wave of the nationalization, nationalism agenda that we all had, most of our plantations were given away in those so-called giveaway plantation schemes. And unfortunately, they ended up in the hands of ourselves. And what we have is a very sorry state of affairs. And the Prime Minister, in our wisdom, saw it fit to revive those very important industries. And what we have now before us, fellow leaders, is the new bill, which for us, after more than 34 years since the Coffee Industry Corporation Act was passed in 1991, we now have this very important bill, a game-changing one. What we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is to awake a slumbering or sleeping giant back to its former glory days. Mr. Speaker, I come from a coffee producing area, and when I was small, I remember being asked or made to pick coffee bags and even sell them by the roadsides and earn my own pocket money. And I didn't have to rely on my parents, Mr. Speaker, for my pocket money. One coffee bag fetched me 30 kina at that time. In those days, Mr. Speaker, was a hell lot of money. And this is an industry that has proven beyond doubt that it can help sustain this economy. And if we care to look at it closely, Mr. Speaker, unlike the gold mines that we have where our people, for example, own Octari mine 100%, our people are mere bystanders. They see these machines go in to excavate and to take out those minerals, and then they see them being put into factories and pipelines and taken away. Whereas coffee, for example, or even copra and cocoa and even rubber, our people plant those crops, nurture them, fertilize them, harvest them, send them in bags, and they involve right throughout the chain, and they earn their money. They see their money being banked in the account. These are areas where our people have a better chance of making a life for themselves rather than relying on those unsustainable industries which will eventually go away. So, Mr. Speaker, all of us from both sides of the Parliament now have been given opportunity to make the right decisions and make this dying industry go back to its glory days. And all of us will benefit. If you go to remote areas, Mr. Speaker, like Simba, for example, in Milramu, or even Jimmy, or even Golala, they produce some of the best organic coffee in the world. Mr. Speaker, when I was fortunate to accompany a Prime Minister to Simba many years ago, I couldn't help but notice that the people out there were able to produce cabbage, which was 3 times bigger and heavier than the cabbage that I grow back where I come from. And these are all organic. And in terms of coffee, Mr. Speaker, again, the best organic coffee from the mountains of Simbai and from the mountains of even Jimmy, for example, they grow the best organic coffee, Robusta or Arabica. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to turn everything around, do a U-turn, and make it work for our people. Gone will be the days when the times when the coffee price was rock bottom, instead of setting up a coffee stabilization fund to help maintain the prices so that we encourage our growers to continue to grow. And when the prices were down, our people could be able to be encouraged to continue to be involved. Those days are gone. And from what I know, Mr. Speaker, not one single coffee bag has been left rotting at the wharf. Whatever we produce has been taken up. And I remember being told by one of the governors from one of the who was visiting this country from China, that China can take all our coffee. And in his opinion, we were not producing enough. So if you look at China, for example, a country which is traditionally known for drinking tea, population of 1 billion people, the younger generation from China or even India who are Western educated are hardcore coffee drinkers. And as we all know, Mr. Speaker, we have a market out there, ready market out there. Not one single coffee bag that we produce will be left rotting in the wharves. So it is in our interest to make sure this industry works, and we support our good coffee minister. And I want to commend him. And before I sit down, I want to again commend the Prime Minister for his wisdom in making the important decision to split those three different important areas into separate ministries. All we need to do from both sides of this house is to just support our people and make these industries grow so that they will continue to look after our people, where the bulk of our people remain in the rural areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may got a question with Purikam, but you may got two old members only like debate. You got opportunity to debate law after law narrow reading can. But before me entertain him, there's a question be put. Governor Blong Central Province, I'm sana plan time so me look sabi long antu because I'm one Mary in Central Flow. So Governor Blong Central, you can make him debate, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I contribute to the debate, I'd like to pass, on behalf of the people of Central Province, pass our deepest sympathy to the family of late Governor Luther Wenge and to the members of Parliament from Morobe Province who are here, and to the people of Morobe Province on the passing of our colleague Governor Luther Wenge. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the Minister on this important bill. We all know that our country is made up of 87% of our population live in the rural areas, so we are largely an agrarian society, and that's why it's so important. It's such an important sector, and everybody has mentioned that, but it's how do we harness the sector is the issue that has been faced by every subsequent governments. I want to express, I guess, that that farmers are rational people. They will produce the crop that they know will earn them the returns, respective to the labor. And I think the key issue for farmers in producing has been the transport access. That is the key constraint that farmers face. Producing coffee, ground stuff, all by making. But kissing golo market and big pla heavy blow, all farming communities. So before I continue, me like to talk, thank you, all of the staff of the commodity boards, CIC, Cocoa Board, FPDA, All Palm, OPIC, for the work that they do under the circumstances that they're in. I commend them for the work that they do in contributing to improving the livelihoods of our people in the rural areas. So when we talk about agriculture, it's important that we do talk about transport access. And so when we talk about transport access, we also need to look at the freight subsidies and how that is managed at present. I want to give you an example of Central Province, and in particular, Guelala District. We have the Mona Highway, which is 96 kilometers. up to Tapini and connects Guari. We have the Waitape LLG that's not connected by road, but recently, because of Tolokuma, it's connected. They can produce the coffee to make up to the quantities that we are looking for, increasing from 1.5, 1.2 to beyond the peak that we reached. That's just one example. I'm giving that example because it's closest to here, to Port Moresby. But the road infrastructure is not there. The money that we get from functional grants for transport is not sufficient. In Central Province, we have 9 provincial roads. And the 9 provincial roads, if I give them 1 million each, the money is gone. If I give them 1.5, the money is gone. And so, and once you give the money and the road is done, it's just patrol grading, that's all. And when the rain comes, it goes back to where it was. So for most of the year, you don't have a road access for farmers, for public servants who want to do, who have to do what they need to do. So transport is so critical. And as I mentioned this, I want to talk about the fact that when privatization policy came into existence and we started to use private contractors to do roads, maintain roads and build roads, the whole PTB system was unraveled. And that, in my view, is one of the critical problems that we need to look at. At provincial level, we are already thinking we need to go back to PTB system. Because if we don't, the people, the farmers that we are talking about, well, no, they will not make it. The freight subsidy, provincial governments are there, Mr. Speaker. Provincial government in Central Province has not seen freight subsidy because it's parked in Agriculture Department or parked elsewhere. So we have to use our own funds. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying, let's look at the system in its totality and who does what. Has to put the freight subsidy funds. 3 weeks ago, we moved out 301 bags of coffee for 2025 season. And coffee from Ononge is the best in the country. And the market is in Dubai. But we probably lost that market because there's no consistency. The market is looking at consistency of quality and consistency of the supply. And at best, I think we do a one hit, and then there's nothing there because transport access is not there. And so if we really want to critically make inroads into agriculture to improve the livelihoods of our people, we cannot talk about it separate from transport access. And I know in this bill you were talking about provincial government putting money, but for most of the provincial governments who don't have the internal revenue to help you to put those roads, we don't have the means to connect the roads to the production hubs where you can get the quantity and the quality of supply so that PNG is on the map as a high quality coffee producing country. When we move from one type of organization to another, Mr. Speaker, it's so critical that we do the comparative analysis to see, is the authority going to deliver better results than the current structure of CIC. Over time, we have seen changes in structure of commodity boards. At one time, CIC it was the biggest commodity organization, commodity board. It has research and development, it had extension, everything. I think we did see results, but then we had that structure scrapped, cut back, and we went back to where we are now. So while I acknowledge the minister's efforts, I think it's always important, and I hope that you have been convinced beyond doubt that having authority will improve the status of the industry, coffee industry that we see now, compared to what exists at present, because we don't want to just change what the house looks like and it doesn't deliver what we want to get, what we want to deliver. Let me give an example of Copra Marketing Board. Again, when privatization policy came into place, I think is one of the unfortunate things that happened, together with the PTB, the transport system. When Copra Marketing Board was in existence, looking after the copra industry, people in the most remotest island of Milne to the New Guinea Islands, to wherever, they knew that on this day, there is boat coming to pick up the copra. Right at the end of the remote provinces where coconuts are grown, people were happy and laughing and dancing because they knew on this day there's going to be a boat that comes around to pick up our copra. When we decided that it's not efficient, because just East New Britain and Bougainville and some of the main copra producing provinces were subsidizing the freight for these other outlying islands, we killed what used to be such a vibrant, rural, remote communities in Papua New Guinea, coastal areas of Papua New Guinea. I'm sure your island manus will be the same as well. I'm sure the Copra Marketing Board presence was there as well. I'm just trying to make the point that we are moving from current CIC structure to an authority. Are we convinced beyond doubt, reasonable doubt, that it's going to produce the results that we all want to see? There are things that we need to look at before we even look at changing the structure of the organization. Transportation, transport access, which is a significant constraint to farmers. The coffee that we moved out, 301 bags of coffee, and the farmers on site, on market, at farm gates, more than 100,000 kina over 3 days that we moved the coffee. So I appreciate that the minister in this bill is trying to do that, make sure that the coffee price that the farmer gets, or the coffee price, and most of that price, internal coffee price, export price, goes to the farmer. I appreciate that he's trying to do that. I'm just saying other things that we need to take into account to make sure that thorough research that we do is actually delivering and convincing us to make the decisions that we are making. At one time, I remember that I think it was in the mid-80s, early 80s, mid-80s, up to the mid-80s or late 80s, we had research, coffee research committee that comprised of members from Treasury, from Finance, from National Planning, from Agriculture Department itself. They had 6 monthly reviews of the research that was undertaken at Cocoa Research Institute, also at CIC, CRI, Coffee Research Institutions. So the fact that central agencies were on this committee, they asked the hard questions about, is the money that we are putting into the research delivering or producing the results that we expect to get? I know you in this bill, you are talking about research and development. I don't know how it looks, but in my experience, when we had central agencies in that research committee asking questions, there was a very effective and high quality research coming out of the research components of the research organizations of the commodities, export tree crop commodities. I also want to raise on this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to see, I cannot really see a link between the authority and the provincial governments and districts. I cannot see that link clearly here. Forgive me if I haven't really gotten it, but that's such an important link. At present, provincial governments, central provincial governments experience, we have signed MOAs with CIC and with other commodity agencies, Cocoa Board of PNG and Fresh Produce Development Authority. We are putting the funds in to achieve objectives that we want to achieve with the assistance of the commodity agencies. With the experience that we have had to date, I think provincial extension policy will need to look at extension that ensures the type of outreach we want to have with our people. And so in that experience, I want to find out, I just want to highlight that given the 99 reforms and extension gone in districts and provinces, extension workers gone, DPI extension offices scaled right down, with commodity agencies very far removed from where we are at the moment. How does this here authority look at the connection, the critical connections? Maybe not extension, it's in our field to look at how we look at extension at provincial levels. But in terms of freight subsidies, in terms of other areas that I think, Mr. Speaker, given the resources that's required to the provinces, may deliver much better and higher returns than if we continue to concentrate it in commodity boards. So those are some of the comments I wanted to contribute to this debate, but in general, I want to say, comment your, underlying objective of making sure that farmers at their at their localities, get a better price and have better access to markets and have informed about the research and extension that's happening in the commodity boards and organizations. So while I say that, I also want to just perhaps re-emphasize again the issues that I have raised of concern and in how you have dealt with it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
You may get opportunity or debate can long after the third reading. But for now, the chair must entertain the question. So the question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act, second reading, a bill for an act to A, establish the National Coffee Authority, and B, regulate the coffee industry through a licensing framework and support the development of coffee industry, and C, provide a framework for the administration of coffee fees, D, provide a framework to ensure the quality of coffee, and E, provide a framework for market support and market access initiatives for the industry, and F, provide a robust framework to support coffee research and extension, and G, repeal the Coffee Industry Corporation Statutory Functions and Powers Act 1991 and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Acting Governor General, Chief Segib Salika, dated 29 October 2025, recommending the imposition of taxation in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you too much. And if I could ask your indulgence, I see the member for Warrior wants to speak. So if we can ask him to also say something in response to the minister who is presenting this bill. Firstly, I want to congratulate the minister. I'll keep my conversation short. By the way, no ministry is lesser important or more important. Every ministry is the same. We all must work for our people. And the minister assumed this responsibility. It was a greenfield with no full structure in place. He just went in and took to task what needs to be done. And I want to commend him for his leadership in this space. This bill effectively makes redundant the current structure, but in its place, putting up a structure we feel can embrace our national interests without suppressing the industry, but allow the industry to grow bigger and better. Our government, through Medium-Term Development 4, wants to have 1 million people employed. And Mr. Speaker, I remember a few sessions back, a member of the opposition asked, how can we create 1 million jobs at the very earliest? Mr. Speaker, in the heart of agriculture expansion lies the expansion of economic activities to our people. And on this side, our definition of job is not the 8 to 406 job or 7 to 5 o'clock job as the Western world or the modern economists would define job. We on this side of the house believe that in harnessing the God-given assets our people have, especially combining labor and land, then that million job could be easily found in the agricultural space. Mr. Speaker, our people are already in subsistence lifestyle. They work the land to get their taro, yam, sago, cacao, sweet potato. So they're working to eat as we speak. Government is subsidizing one of the number one needs, that's school fee. From early childhood, it used to be elementary, all the way to university now. And so with a major part of the expenditure every year being taken out, it is in the interest of all of us to link them to economic productive activities. And this afternoon, I'm encouraged to hear, for instance, the opposition leader and the member for Kiriwina Goodenough saying that he's expanding cacao big time in his island electorate. I'm happy to hear, Mr. Speaker, in your wisdom, allowing the governor for Central, who spoke very well with absolute clarity on what we're doing, possible downside, and how we should be careful, the restructure to make sure the aim to grow the industry and to get our people to participate is not suppressed in the new structure we're putting forth. The conversation comes out very clear. Something inherent amongst all of us is the need to get our people engaged in economic activities. If all districts participate in this space, then that million family engaged in productive agriculture could unbundle our people from just sitting on the margins of the formal economy and to get into formal economy through the agricultural space. Coffee was the biggest of our commercial cash crops. Lately, oil palm has taken over coffee in terms of the volume of production and export earnings. But coffee's presence throughout our country is almost at 70%, 80% presence rate. And I want to commend the minister. I'll give you all some statistics in addition to what Minister Duma has alluded to. Coffee is not grown in all parts of the world, Mr. Speaker. In between the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, the equatorial belt, in that space, you have the climate that allows for coffee to be grown. So you really have, right across the world, coffee just belongs to those who can grow coffee. Hydroponics cannot grow coffee. Incubation in technology-based farms cannot grow coffee. Mr. Speaker, study shows that coffee is a $3 trillion industry right now. $3 trillion industry every day. And on average, 1 cup of coffee, possibly $4. Every day, people are spending money drinking coffee. And for PNG, I want to announce to this House, and I thank the Chinese President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Kang. In 2023, 2 years ago, when I had a very good bilateral with them at Beijing, in the palace, in the office, the Premier and myself signed an uplift of PNG total agricultural produces to find its way to the Chinese market. Our NACIA standard and their standards have been made compatible. Any produce we produce from PNG can find their way into the Chinese marketplace. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, studies showed China had 330 million regular coffee drinkers. That's 2020, 5 years ago. Now, PNG, Mr. Speaker, I put to us, forget about the rest of the world. Just mass produce to sell to China alone. China has one of its only southernmost province that can produce coffee, but the volume is small, the province of Wuhan. But the volume is small. They cannot satisfy the 300 million it's growing, the nation of 1.4 billion people. When I throw in another, and China has good bilateral relations with us. I throw in Japan, for instance, another good bilateral nation with Papua New Guinea. Japan don't grow coffee. 130 million Japanese shifting away from traditional tea, just like China, into drinking coffee. And I throw in again 60 million South Koreans. Today, APEC is being held in South Korea. Our Deputy Prime Minister is in APEC right now representing us. South Korean, 60 million people drinking coffee 3 times, 4 times a day. Mr. Speaker, when we decided to set up the coffee ministry, we were not creating jobs for the boys. We were not playing marbles. Therein lies the opportunity to unlock the uneconomic activities of our families who have abandoned their coffee plots in the 90s and 2000s, thinking that the hype of oil and gas and gold can give them economic engagements. So I want to thank the Minister for seeing the importance of this, restructuring this one. I put to this House, we are developing a policy, Mr. Speaker, that next year, traditional land properly registered can go to our own bank that we've launched to borrow money against for agricultural borrowings. 4 weeks ago, I had the privilege of my life to drive from Kupiano Station, overnighted at BAM. The member for Abba, who signed a vote of no confidence, the sponsor of the vote of no confidence to remove me from office. I passed through, shall expect.
You may got point of order.
Is the minister talking about? Prime Minister talking about. There's no motion here.
All right, I must have seen fake news on circulation in the public space. I withdraw that statement. But in any case, he gets the point. I drove from Kupiano, overnighted at BAM. Next morning after church at BAM, I drove past Amazon Bay and Cloudy Bay, and for the first time, and I want to thank Member for Alatau, him and his people received me very well that night. But at Amazon Bay, we allowed a rundown rubber plantation to go back to waste. One of the elders there came out and said, Mr. Prime Minister, now that you're driving to the road, and by the way, I want to indicate there are many forest roads that he probably intervened and Works gave. I thank Works Minister and Forest Minister. They gave small pets money, 10 million, 9 million, to contractors in those places, local contractors mostly, to open rundown roads as first state opening so that vehicles can pass by. I have a recording of one PMV driver from Mayor for Alatau Selectorate who said, thank you. For the first time, his PMV could push into Amazon and now pushing into Cloudy Bay. But beside that point, that elder said, Mr. Prime Minister, we got around 1,000 hectares of state land left behind. No one has come back to us. But the entire Amazon Bay is here for investment in agriculture. So this is simple people out there in rural community who see what they can do. And so if all of us, if the member for Kiriwina good enough, can put his little money to work and distribute over 200,000 cacao seedlings, the intention for coffee, cacao, copra, oil palm, and also import replacement in livestock. And oil palm expansion is there for us to pursue. In the agricultural space, we could unbundle 1 million family to be productively engaged, earning money for themselves. And that is the intention of our government. I just want to ask every one of us, doesn't matter where you sit, let's all work the space. Our people own land. Next year, we will make sure if traditional land properly registered, they could go to own bank and borrow money to make sure they can borrow for the seedlings. If districts distribute seedlings, hopefully we overlay with the Connect PNG intentions and get mass of our people. Just imagine this, Mr. Speaker. If 1 million family and 10,000 kina from agriculture, including coffee, that's a 10 billion kina return to our economy every year from agriculture alone. Simple mathematics, simple strategy. People who own land get into commercial activities, coffee, cacao, copra, oil palm, etc. We could empower people truly economically. They're standing on their own feet. So the intention is good. I want to offer my support to this bill. Mr. Minister, we stand ready to you. I want to say to all who are in the coffee industry, this is not to suppress you, but rather to embrace you and get you up. Those who have been in the CIC, good workers. Genuine coffee investors will be protected. Rogues, shady, cowboy deals, including those who hold export license and live out of overseas. You only export license and you know what coffee do, why? You stop overseas. Money you earn him, you know Salim come back to country, you keep him outside. The money block country must come back to country. So this intend to polish some of the shady deals that takes place also. People who don't grow coffee but hold coffee license, export license, send the money outside, they don't send the money back into the country. So we want to tidy this space. Coffee has the greatest potential. Mr. Minister is taking the lead. I ask all of us to support. If there are any downside to it, and Madam Governor and others who've commented on this, these laws we pass are laws that must be changed if something is not working well. Both sides of the House, pick up the law. If it is not working well, it's not 10 commandments. Only 10 commandments we don't change. The rest we can change, so let's come back and make the changes. I commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker.
The question is said, the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Attendants, open the doors. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Honorable members, the result of the vote, the ayes 72 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk,
Third reading. A bill for an act to A, establish the National Coffee Authority, and B, regulate the coffee industry through a licensing framework and support the development of the coffee industry. C, provide a framework for the administration of export fees. And D, provide a framework to ensure the quality of coffee. E, provide a framework for market support and market access initiative for the industry. And F, provide a robust framework to support coffee research and extension. And G, repeal the Coffee Industry Corporation Statutory Function and Powers Act 1991 and for related purposes. Thank you, Minister.
thank you, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business,
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business,
Mr. Speaker, I move that summons of outstanding orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 164 and 165 government business being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 164, Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a constitutional amendment, general provisions for constitutional office holders, Law 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a law to alter the Constitution and for related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order 222A and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts and Subordinate Legislation. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 165, Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I present the organic law on employment of judges 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a law to implement section 165, 16768, 169(3)(a), and 170 of the Constitution, and B, to repeal and replace the organic law on the terms and conditions of employment of judges 1972, and for related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order 222A and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts and Subordinate Legislation. Mr. Clerk. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that leave of absence be granted to Mr. Timothy Massieu, Minister for Information and Communication and Technology, and Mr. Rainbow Paita, Minister for Mining, and Ms. Cassie Sawang, Minister for Labor and Employment, Ms. Francisca Semoso, Member for North Bougainville Open, for the duration of this meeting due to ill health.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that leave of absence be granted to Mr. Richard Maru, Minister for Internal International Trade and Investment, and Mr. Libet Capris, member for Maprik Open, and Mr. Peter Isoaimo, member for Kairuku, for the duration of this meeting due to official duty travel overseas.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before me sing out Ken lo leadable government business, me like talk sabel or display house or sem. Behind him, ask him the morning he come long. Honorable member lo about in relation to notice lo we want see me like talk sabel or house or sem ask the morning one of the members lo outside the house only been come lo speaker na give him the notice. Me been kiss him na give him the clock na as where practice semi talk members for private business committee by must meet lo 12 o'clock lo trinde we establish standing order lo deal one them all private business matters. So me let's sit down long end na look long end na me plani me come opinion long lawyer na court na display me look long end aste ego you no look me lo sia me sit down here close to one day los look lo display because I mean no matter where you all the times I've talked, parochial matter, but I mean matter of national importance. Laga. So committee must look good long. The time committee look good long and last there. I'm walking. Decision, but decision conclusive. Yangama. So all sem. Mina nablari mol sem. Desla meta hangama bistap no. Wait him narbla trindeken. Next week trinde or when time trinde parliament me meet ken. So was parliament ni kirap lo harre lo desla week. Mino sabe. Lo desla tasol me must because I mean matter of national importance. Me must sing out him can committee must come tete na me plus sit down long and look long. Standing order lo parliament me understand me he guide him you me lo process na procedure lo parliament. Standing order me can send him. Parliament. Na me also chairman blong or the committee. Na me plan we look lo this plan concluding me must sing out him online come can me look lo this plan decision me working finish. Na me salim decision lo move up lo motion usa dem honorable member lo about decision lo pass ko finish lo all but me must talk sabe lo this lo pro. Also decision long committee now and up long based long this for parliament as an institution we work long and work him law laga so you me clear also parliament been working law he been working one law amendment no, section 145 what you call him section 145.5 now we stop now law certified long me certify also speaker long 17 long moon March lo display. Behind him court order where honorable member lo suave and we kiss him parliament been meet lo 15th of April lo display lo deal want them display. So lo display thinking the committee when we come up him also now that this law is certified and law finish long moon March April now time parliament we meet this la grace period where parliament pass him this la amendment the section 145 now and we come into play law this time we come so this is block committee and we also now tete mi will talk out lo here and me no lo house the soul and me go live Papua New Guinea will harim plant your line all this stuff social media now and baligo. Plenty of lawyer or social media or constitutional lawyers, balikam lo opinion belong all. Based lo when him position or listen up long bali give him ting belong all but long. Ting lo committee now and we all sem finish. All sem na. Lo normal practice, I'm suppose committee. When I'm lo display notice lo VONC, aste ba decision come out long. Clerk na put him lo notice paper. Na you ba process him. But because lo law where Parliament pass him, committee now and make him the decision long. Just like 18-month grace period now, and we kick off for this time. So decision long committee also. Yes, point of order long honorable member about when a point of order you.
Mr. Speaker, I was admitting that the committee actually met yesterday, made a decision, and because you were not satisfied, you called a second meeting today. Are you admitting that?
Aste me talk out lo you plow sem, and now me talk out decision me pla making, but it was inconclusive. So me pla long this committee and popular member to Solmina tripla. I had to call other members lo calm na me pla. Inconclusive, I said. Inconclusive. It was a quorum, but inconclusive. So I had to call because it's a matter of national importance. As you always say, it's not a parochial matter. Let me address this point of order first, honorable member for Hiri Koire. Can you resume your seat, please? Can you resume your seat? Let me conclude his addressing his point of order. Also, me to finish desfla. Decision belong. Committee calls him. I wasn't influenced by anybody. That's a fact of the matter. I was not influenced by anyone. I am standing because of this institution, this parliament. Anybody who said, me still address him yet, a honorable member of Layalibu Pangia, can you please resume your seat? No.
But you know, chair has to respect the chair too.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, don't lie.
Member of Layalibu, you resume seat, player. Let me address your point of order, then I'll come to you here, inquiry. So this is belong committee emulsion. Honorable member of Lohiri query, when am point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that the duty of the Private Business Committee is to receive the motion and table it. It is not there to go through any other matter because the standing orders are very clear that, and I think we've regurgitated this argument in past occasions as well. If the chair is going to hang itself on dates, then the motion that was dealt with was the motion filed that predates the amendment to Section 145, which means a fresh motion, which the Chief Justice himself, on the occasion of verification sought by Honorable James Nomane, was advised that you're going to file him a motion. So we've complied with that. You see, even the court is clear in its mind that the facts that have transpired thus far relate to a time zone that predates the Section 145 amendment. So there has not been any other motion filed since Section 145 amendment has been done. The motion that was dealt with was one that was filed before, and only because of the PBC's interference, it was delayed and held and was heard after the event. So that relates to a separate time zone. 145.5 has not been invoked. Now it has been invoked. Now, the Private Business Committee is supposed to meet on Wednesday, not on Thursdays. You've just breached the Constitution. And
it's not in the Constitution.
You've clearly been induced or influenced or coerced. Hi. These are standing orders of the House and the procedure that must be followed. There are people who witnessed certain events that transpired yesterday afternoon too, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, you've been in collusion, coercion, or been induced to an outcome that has been
That's
here.
not
It is
true.
clear. For the record, if I may say, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, but you remove him as a statement, blue. I was never induced by anyone.
you said it yourself earlier.
No, I didn't say it. Go
But
to back
nobody
to the
asked the
handset and you
question.
read it. I didn't say it.
Nobody
Honorable
inferred
member,
or
he
alluded.
required
Yourself,
it.
Mr.
You are
Speaker, from the
implying that
chair.
I was induced.
From the chair, you made a statement yourself that put yourself out there.
No, I didn't make a
Nobody
statement that
suggested
I said I was induced.
inducement. You brought it up yourself.
No.
So, Mr. Speaker, the point we're trying to make is the PBC has convened, exhausted its position, and this is a point of order still in train. So you take a seat. What will and so today's purported sitting of the PBC is illegal, interfering and obstructing the processes of the Constitution. The Constitution we debated yesterday, subsequent to a report tabled by the chair of the CLRC, that we spoke so highly of. Now we are throwing it as garbage again. This is the highest house that's supposed to uphold the Constitution and its processes. That's all nagat. So what is the issue? Put in a notice paper, let's deal with it.
Honorable, finish.
No, God, me are more interfere too much. So, also more interfere and obstruct what the process of House. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad moment again for Papua New Guinea. For your people, for all of our people. What are we afraid of? Paunga big number. Come na test him.
Honorable member, he required. Thank you, point of order, but point of order, and me like talking me all same. Me working decision has said, and I come up now and me working, me deal with them. You know, I wasn't induced by anyone. That's a fact, and he only knows. Up there, he knows. You know, you wait, Pastor. Let me conclude what I'm saying. And I'll entertain another point of order. That because of semi-talk it's a matter of parochial importance. You may look two sides, not parochial, but it's a matter of national importance. Sorry. You may must look over the side blown, over the angle blown way it's coming. Now me look because law has been passed. The motion itself when me come here, and me meeting 5 requirement, let me say, the motion itself, and me meeting 5 requirement where court is talking, that's all. Committee not got anything. If the law, parliament is not passing one law, and by establish no this paper. But parliament is passing, we make him this amendment, section 145.5. I have to protect this institution, the law that it makes. And I can allow to the law that this very parliament make. Unless I'm told otherwise by the other person there who interprets the law. I haven't been told. There's nine orders he come out with this decisionally make him here. I mean not talk him. You not talk him law 9 order here. All same. Let me talk all same. Me make him this send finish. This is send now. Suppose he talk contempt, kiss him court. Suppose he court. I will not further discuss because it won't change anything. So you blah word pass them. Let me finish the behind me come all point over blah blah. Me like toggle same. Me talk kalaya. Me talk kalaya and me green. Now you talk blue. I cannot change your mind. It will always be blue to you, even though me talk me green, manogat by me blue. There's another person down there who will say, "Em by talk, kalay green or blue." So em the sol ya. Em head talk you simbinis. Because I will never change opinion blue yumi kata, even those people now that are listening to us and there are those lawyers out there on the Facebook, whichever side they are on, they will have their opinion. Na mino lawyer lohia. You blah lawyer, but you blah understand that we all have different opinions, Now opinion block committee em deslaya, parliament em work him law, na desla lawyer, me must protect him desla institution em come up him desla law. Until I'm told otherwise. No, I haven't been misled. I haven't been misled. So talk me em finish also now. By me no like entertaining all point of order more. Am I me stop lo here? Why me point of order go on up night? Yeah. Am now. You blah lo government, me no can have point over W blah. But me harim law opposition. Point over W, honorable member of Suave, and last point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one short point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, with the Honorable Sapuka Temu, when we delivered the motion of no confidence to your office, you were also given a clear copy, Mr. Speaker, of the Supreme Court decision that clearly outlined that the VONC, in which the Honorable Grand Chief Sapita Ipatas was the nominee, did not apply to the Section 145 amendment passed by the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that it had a prospective effect and would only come into play when there was a fresh vote of no confidence in 2025. This is the vote of no confidence, Mr. Speaker. And you were given a copy of the decision of the Supreme Court, in which it was clearly spelled out that you have to allow one more vote of no confidence in 2025 before the Section 145 amendment kicks in. That's my point of order, Mr. Speaker, that you didn't respond to my letter yesterday to confirm whether you complied with the Supreme Court decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Suave. I'll send you will talk 9 or 10 point of orders where time podium you give him orders long and me no look him the slide you will talk here. And me talk also. Parliament must hold him narpla meeting can. So Honorable member, sorry, speaker you no give him you talk alright lo senap na talk so you receive him seat play pass them. You receive him. Can you receive your seat, please? Can you receive your seat? Receive him seat play pass them. Okay, talk lo me em display You me all kata ya. You get samblal go school lo. You me all kata no lawyer. You me member come people magim you me. So this is sent long committee working finish now. Na supposed no right lo ipla. Mania lo hapside ya stop bardaya so you me can run golongan. Na emi interpret him lo you me na talk. Me na committee blow me wrong But me pla working finish decision and also me go out. Finish. Me sanap long also desla meeting belong committee belong me sanap belong meeting belong 15th April ya. Emi this year emi desla now em kick into play this section 145.5. Let's come. So one time desla missing out now the leader of government business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
The questions that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Honorable members, Parliament is now adjourned to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. Sorry.